hei ia ki ana te Aotearoa, hei tio, hei hoka, hei hui, te hei Aotearoa. Welcome to you all, staff, those in the media and those in the public gallery and those watching online. A warm welcome to you all. We do have apologies from Councillor Proctor. We don't have any word from Councillors Hori Taha or Councillor Boyle at this stage, and noting that Councillor Jennings is online. Can you hear us okay, Councillor Jennings? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we'll move those. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We do have a couple of members of the public who wish to speak to us today, and could I welcome back Viv Ball, please? Where's Charles? Charles is not here.
Good morning. Yes, the two items on the agenda that I would like to speak to, please, are the targeted rates and the fact that they haven't been spoken about, or two, the storm rule, and the fact because they're targeted, it means they're compulsory to be paid. Now, all around the country, the Mike Hosking and a lot of the other radio, TV people have been asking what should be the current rate. Well, the current rate should be 3%, rate of inflation. Whanganui have got theirs to 2.2. We won't talk about ours because it's 10.2, but I do think the fact that we have not even got any long-term submissions to be put in by anybody, it's just taken for granted this is what it's going to be, and nobody's going to have a say in it. The fact that the majority of us who own property find it very hard to keep cutting bills so that we can pay these things. As I said earlier, my power bill this month was $882. The other thing is I would like to ask is that with stormwater and things like that should actually be coming through the developers, because they should be targeted that with their consent, along with the planners who plan the building sites that are coming through. Especially things for stormwater, wastewater and all of that. That should come through their planning thing. Now, the second thing I'd like to actually talk about is our Live In Town Centre program, and the fact that Live In itself has not even been kept up to date with this. Now, according to the Better Off funding, $2 million of this Better Off funding went into being redirected into the Live In Town Centre. As far as the community is concerned, the feedback has been very poor. The one session I went to, we were being told that there are a lot of the buildings that are being taken out for alleyways to promote walkways are going to have containers at the back of it, which makes me think of Container Town. Another shop has apparently been bought in town up by HDC. Everybody is speculating on what's to happen. Couldn't the paper be told a little bit more of what these speculations are? And as I often say to everybody, what is a community if it's not the people? So please, any questions?
Any questions for Viv?
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I now welcome Debbie? Thank you, Debbie. Debbie's obviously the VC at the holiday camp, and just reminding councillors that this item is in a public excluded agenda. So please, any reference to that topic is it's not for public dissemination, and Debbie's aware of that, but wanted to come and speak to us in this part of the meeting. So welcome, Debbie.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for allowing me to come in and just, I guess, add a little bit to the report that was written. We are at the holiday park, and the holiday park, for some people, you may not have been across to see us, but we've been there for 13 years, and the park's been there since the 1940s. I guess our why, I was at a Horowhenua destination meeting in here a little while ago, and it really is to care for our visitors as they come to and they move through the Horowhenua, and we pretty much do a good job at that. Repi and I have made it our home, and the Horowhenua our home, and we are enjoying being here. And at the moment he's not here, he would be, but he is driving a van load of teenage girls to Rotorua to play rugby, and I'm not 100% sure who's got the best deal at this point. But just a couple of statistics for you that you may not be aware of. So we have approximately 30,000 guest nights each year, which means that if I was to stay one night, that counts as one. If me and my family of 5 stay for 2 nights, it counts as 10. So we have 30,000 bodies in beds or tents or whatever each year. Now, Tourism New Zealand estimate the approximate spend for an international visitor at $272 per day, and it's about a third of that for domestic visitors. When I sort of do the maths, we're roughly 90% domestic, 10% international, and our little business contributes to around about it's a bit of an exaggeration, but $2.5 million of spend in our town. So most of our people are not spending and live in the high ticket bungee jumps or the jet boat rides, but it is the coffees, it's the meals, it's the trips to the supermarket, the petrol to do all of that stuff. Our goal is to be the best holiday park south of Taupō, and we do a reasonable job on a few areas, but we do a terrible job on our reception. We always get pretty good feedback, but we've never had anyone say anything nice about our reception area apart from during COVID, where I think we were potentially world leading. For those of you who haven't been to the holiday park, the reception area is really just the front room of our house. So it's got a porch and a window that we slide open, and guests will stand on the outside on a covered veranda, and then we do our transaction, if you like. It's possibly was okay 30, 40 years ago, but it's really not okay anymore. Our guests, we know when they come to us, most of them actually just would really like to go to the toilet. They've always had to travel, they've got kids in the car, they want to get out, and we don't feel comfortable with having everybody traipse through our place to go to the bathroom, which is at the back of the house. So it's no longer, I guess, fit for today's travellers and our visitors today. So we would like to propose a small reception building where our guests can come inside, they can come out of the rain, the wind, the sun. They can use a bathroom if needed. We'll have some walls where we can display local attractions and try and upsell and send people out to areas, and have a place where people can come and get a bit more information about what to do, what to see, and how to spend a few more dollars in our town. So that is kind of, I guess, what we're hoping to achieve. The other part of it, I'll leave it there. And are there any questions?
Thanks, Debbie. Any questions from anyone?
Okay.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you for yours.
All right. Just moving on, noting that we have. What are you trying to do to me? Just noting that we have some late items that aren't in the original open agenda, and that is the poll and the accompanying supplementary information provided by officers in relation to that item. We will be discussing that item at 8.11, and following the remits decisions. Do we need to actually formally accept? We don't. Thank you. Okay, it's been published. All right. Declarations of interest. There are none. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. That the meeting minutes of Council 14th of May 2025 be accepted as a true and correct record. That the meeting minutes of the public excluded meeting of Council 14th of May 2025 be accepted as a true and correct record. That the meeting minutes of extraordinary meeting of Council for the 4th of June be accepted as a true and correct record. We'll just move those. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And then finally, that the meeting minutes of the public excluded extraordinary meeting of Council the 4th of June 2025 be accepted as a true and correct record. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Right. Now I'd like to welcome Bernie O'Brien, please, who's going to give us a bit of a debrief on our event that was held over King's birthday weekend. Thank you, Bernie.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. As Bernie said, Bernie O'Brien is my name. I'm the current Prevention Manager for Horowhenua area, and I had a significant role in the planning of the antisocial road user event that took place over King's birthday weekend. So I just opened my notes. Obviously, given the events of last year, a significant amount of planning went into this year, and that was built around the intel that we received through these guys' social media sites, the various ones that they use, your TikToks, your Snapchats, your Instagrams, and I'm sure there's plenty more that they use that I'm not aware of, but our intel gathered quite a bit of information around there, and it was clear from the outset that their intent wasn't so much around doing skids. It was to disrupt the police, it was to harm the police, and that came from the intel where they were making comments to block the police, bring weapons, asking if anyone had fireworks available, and all that sort of thing. So obviously we planned for that. The numbers we had last year did not even come close to what we required, so we called on resources from Wellington, Taranaki, Wanganui, Manawatu, and obviously extra local staff from here, as well as the services of our Air Support Unit or the Eagle helicopter from Auckland, who came down and spent 2 nights down here. At one point, at the busiest time, we had about 90 pairs of boots on the ground dealing with it, including riot police, road policing staff, PST staff and prevention staff. When it kicked off properly. We were faced with members throwing rocks, firing fireworks at us, bottles, driving vehicles into us. They posted that they had built essentially stock cars to ram police. So that's what we were faced with. Overall, the outcome for us, while it was a bit hairy for 30 odd minutes, we established some ground, and we believe that we responded accordingly and necessary on the night. A number of arrests, a number of vehicles impounded. We also utilised our Ministry of Justice bailiffs as well for the impounding of vehicles for fines and stuff like that. Is it going to happen again? I hope not, but I highly doubt it. There's already chats on their sites that this is going to become probably an annual event, so there'll be a lot of planning that goes into work with you guys and ourselves going forward for next year. If I could have an unlimited amount of staff, that would certainly help, but we're just going to have to work together with you guys to see what sort of things we can put in. This destination is used just because of the fact that it's a nice easy access from all the locations. We had people from as far away as Hamilton, Hawke's Bay, Taranaki, Wellington that travelled into Levin. Levin's a great place. I can see why they want to come here.
Yeah. Thank you, Bernie. Any questions or Councillor Brannigan?
A couple of questions, Bernie. Thanks, mate, for coming in and giving us that brief. Two questions. One being to call them car enthusiasts, I suppose is a bit complimentary, but I take it, well, as I understand it, a large part of the gathering weren't actually car enthusiasts. So any comments around that? And secondly, does the event's over, I presume we still have the investigation phase, we're still investigating using the footage, and how valuable, and part of that, how valuable was the air support unit?
Yep. There is still an investigation phase going on, and it's quite significant. There's hours and hours of CCTV footage, both local and from the air support unit. Just while we're on the air support unit, it is a fantastic resource. I've expressed to the Commissioner it'd be nice to have one for each policing district across the country, but given the significant cost, that's not likely to happen. However, they are very happy to come down for other events like this if we give them plenty of time, and the footage that you get and the information that they can provide to us is absolutely unbelievable. It's real time, we can watch it live as it's happening. In terms of the as you put it, car enthusiasts, there was only a real small percentage of that crowd that were there purely for the car enthusiast side of it. It's actually surprising as to how many young children under 12 had been brought along by their parents to watch these events and unfold, which is obviously a part of our investigation phase that we're working through. That's probably of the most concern. We had several injuries of members of the group. I think it was about 5 or 6 of them. We had 2 officers injured, albeit minor. It's still too many. And the interesting side of the injured parties is that they are unwilling to speak to police. That they will not cooperate with us in any capacity in terms of an investigation. So we're having a few issues around that. But yeah, definitely a huge investigation phase, and we're hoping to sort of start ramping that up in the next couple of weeks. So.
Bernie, sorry, Councillor Tamihana, you go.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe, Sergeant O'Brien. Firstly, thank you to you and the team for the service you do to our community and for covering such significant events. And I can say that it is a huge insult on our district that they come here and behave in such a way. And given my youth, I like doing cool things like that too. But there was always, in our minds, people's safety was actually at the front of our mind, and usually it was around fun and that, and I see the fun's gone out of that. It's not fun when you see what you see on social media. I'm probably interested to know a little bit about when you say you want to work closely with us as council going forward. Are there any suggestions that you can provide today about what that looks like? Because is that around policy, bylaws, or is it even things like, I think about O2NL, I think the potential, like should we be leveraging on a project like that around CCTV installations? That type of thing. Is that the sort of thing we need to be thinking about going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a collective effort. There may be that we can put temporary road closures in place to stop these people congregating. The service lanes were well used by these people. Things like that. I mean, it's not as simple as shutting a state highway, although it can be done, but there are bylaws that we can use. And obviously, obviously, the government are working on other legislation and bylaws too, which may assist us. It's not so much about the actual people doing the skids; it's the actual bystanders that need to be made an example of. So we're hoping some legislation around that, which in theory, it should work. But again, it's ensuring that we get backed up by the courts when we're enforcing these things as well. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of planning goes into it, but maybe temporary road closures or whatever the case may be.
Just final question, really. Thoughts around the council supporting establishing some sort of facility to cater for skidders? And I just raise it because it always comes to us, but I'm just interested on police perspective because,
it's been done before, and the issue they have is none of them want to abide by the rules. None of them want to pay the fee that takes to, the uptake. They claim that sports fields are given for free and all this sort of stuff. Well, that's not the case because I play sport and I pay a significant amount of fees for sport and my kids' sport, and that's about keeping the facilities up to scratch. That's about all that sort of stuff. So it has been done before. They still have to have warranted and registered cars, which they don't believe is correct. Unfortunately, they do. There has to be health and safety rules. The issue for them is, in a controlled environment like that, they can't be in there filming it. Because it's so controlled from a distance, it doesn't have the same buzz for them. So it's been tried. They have track days again at Manfield, but they don't want to pay the fees for it. They want something for free.
Bernie, just in relation to the CCTV footage that we do currently have, is that sufficient, adequately covering those areas that that have been spotlighted by this event?
Yep, we are very, very lucky here with the Community Trust, with the cameras that they've got in a lot of our hotspots. So the whole of the CBD is essentially covered. A lot of them have the ANPR, so the automatic number plate recognition on them. The problem is these guys don't have number plates. So that's the issue we have in terms of an investigation following it up. But the actual cameras around these areas, and I'd love to say every single intersection in the country have a camera. That's not going to happen, and we realise that. But the ones we have here are fantastic. Yes.
Cool. Thank you. Anyone else? I appreciate your time, Bernie. Thank you. And look, just appreciate the constant communication that personally I've had with you and the District Commander. It's been much appreciated being kept up to date with what has happened, and the fact that you've come today to just let the public know in terms of what is going on. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Keep up the great work. Thank you. All right, we now move to our reports part of the agenda. First report is the Mayoral report. I'll move that this report be received and noted. Seconded by Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Any items that have for questions or comments? Probably just noting that included in that report is the letter that we sent to the Minister of Transport and in terms of the possible downgrade of O2NL. As we know, news has come through that they have reinstated 3 of the 4 changes in scope that had been proposed, which is really good news for the district. And we've sent a letter of thanks to both the Minister and the board and our local MP for the work that they have all done in ensuring that that got reinstated. Councillor Tamiha.
Just a comment from me, Bernie. It was really just around the blessing at Te Maire Park and the matariki that was held over there. Just wanted to congratulate the council on getting that work undertaken, and also Councillor Olsen and the Shannon community for the adoption of the community plan. But yeah, there's certainly lots in there that you've been running around. Kia ora.
Yes, I have. All right. Let's move on then to the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board and Chairman's update. John, would you like to come to the table and speak to your report? And while you do so, can I move that the report be received and noted? Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Worship. Councillors, it's a pleasure to be able to talk to you. Firstly, I'd like to just congratulate you on your good work with O2NL. I think that was a very important thing, and it's very pleasing to see that most of the things are coming forward. Only a couple of things in my report which are really positive I want to talk about is that the Te Awaho Foxton Climate Resilience Governance Board had been successfully come to the end of this particular phase. Well, the work with Kingstonell is now completed on time and on budget, which is very good. In fact, there's a little bit of budget left over as well, which is excellent. I'm very pleased that the roof on Te Awaho Newstrom is completed on time and on budget. I was able to talk to the contractors following the completion of the job, and they were proud of their job, and it's a good thing to see. And again, that's a good area. The only area which I'm concerned about right now is the health and safety aspect of the far end of Kings Canal, but that's being looked at by council at the moment. There's a ditch there which is a very dangerous ditch, and it needs a fence. And if council can't do it, we'll get someone like Seymour River Trust to do it, because that needs protection from the kids. And that's really all I have to say. Everything's going forward. We're looking forward to getting things at the end of the year and the end of our term done successfully.
Thank you. Any questions for John? Thank you, John. Appreciate the positivity, and look forward to continuing to see some really good outcomes up in Foxton.
Thank you.
All right, now moving to 8.1, which is the adoption of rates for the year ending the 30th of June 2026. Jacinda's coming to the table. Move A and B that the report be received and recognised as not significant. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome, Jacinda.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I will take the paper as read, but just wanted to highlight that this is the final stage of the process that the council has worked through in terms of an annual plan process leading in from October and November last year. This allows us to effectively set the rates of a 9.1% average rates increase or a total rates increase of 10.2% following the adoption of the annual plan recently.
Any questions for Jacinda? Appears not. Councillor Grimston.
Sorry, I've just got one, Jacinta, and it's really just from a public perspective to remind us again, in public participation, we've raised the concern regarding why has council not consulted around this target rate increase. Can you just confirm the reason why there wasn't a formal consultation process this year?
Absolutely, through your worship. So the key reason why there wasn't is the council resolved just before Christmas not to consult on the annual plan. The key reason for that was that we had planned to go ahead with a rates increase that was either at the level that was set in the long-term plan, which was fully consulted on, or at a level below that. In year 2 of the long-term plans, we had proposed a rates increase of 9.9%. Average rates increase, and we were able to land at a number that was 9.1%. So that is the key reason why a decision was made not to consult.
Thank you, Jacinda, and just acknowledging all the work that's gone into this as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so we have a number of resolutions in front of us, and I'm not going to read them all out, but we have from C, that Horowhenua District Council sets the following rates under the Local Government Rating Act 2002 on rating units in the district for the financial year commencing 1 July 2025 and ending 30th of June 2026. That is A, general rates, B, land transport roading rate, C, the stormwater rate, D, a community centre library rate, E, representation and community leadership rate, F is the aquatic centre swimming pool rate, G is the solid waste disposal rate, which includes a district-wide rate for managing and minimising waste, a landfill legacy rate, a curbside recycling rate, H, water supply rates, I, wastewater disposal rates, J, the Horowhenua economic development rate, K, the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board rate. We also have resolutions D and E and F. So happy to move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. Any debate or comment by councillors? Put those motions, all those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Tamihana.
I'm going to make a comment because I know our community don't like their rates going up in any way, shape or fashion, and unfortunately through many workshops and many discussions, this is where we've landed, and I'm grateful to Monique and the team that we've actually landed below what we'd anticipated in our long-term plan. And I think that's important that our community know that the team have worked really hard to still pull back costs to ensure that we didn't go to the larger rate setting, and so I think they should be noted on that. Of all of these, I know we're moving them in a block, but I just want recorded for my own purposes that I will support the motion today, but I do have reservations around a targeted rate for economic development, and that's just my only standout position in the recommendations.
Thank you. Okay, so as I said before, I'll move those recommendations. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Yeah, look, it's never pleasing to have a rates increase that's as high as even 9% in this current economic climate. But I'm very conscious of, looking at page 21 and page 22 in terms of how that makeup of that rates increase is and how much interest and depreciation and those factors actually make. But I think we should acknowledge too that the considerable savings that have been made in terms of, the maintenance, professional services, fees and charges, all in a positive target for the following year. So while there will always be reasons that may sort of indicate that we are increasing rates just for the sake of it, I think there is a clear indication that we are doing our best to make sure that the organisation is as lean and as efficient as possible, and that we are keeping rates to as minimise, sort of some of that expenditure that we have in front of us. Also noting, of course, that over the next few years, we've got a plan to restore our budget to being balanced, and this is continuing that plan and of direction. So just want to acknowledge all the work that has gone into continuing that, and look forward to that happening over the next 12 months. So appreciate it all, everyone. Thank you. All right. Now moving to 8.2, the Waikawa pedestrian bridge topic, and Lacey is coming to the table. While she does that, can I move recommendations A and B, the report be received? Seconded by Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Lacey Anbury to the table. Welcome.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor Burney, and good morning, councillors. We are here today presenting options on the Waikawa pedestrian bridge following the council workshop we held last month on this kaupapa. As mentioned then, and then within the report, we have had an engineering assessment which highlights replacing the bridge as the more financially viable option. The key change between the workshop and the report presented today is our conversations with the landowners on the opposite side of the bridge. So during prior conversations, there was a strong willingness to replace the bridge by those private landowners. However, following the workshop, I've had some communication with them, and they've since raised their desire to implement a formal agreement, and we will need to have this confirmed before we're in a position to actually replace the bridge. As mentioned in the report, Council do have a CapEx budget which incorporates spend for the bridge replacement. However, it was not intended for this project alone. It was also intended for a potential beach vehicle accessway, dependent on Council's decision on this, of course. Therefore, any money not spent on the bridge replacement will be for a potential vehicle access to the beach. Are there any questions?
That's a good say.
So I guess in terms of the conversation with the landowners over the other side, the conversation isn't we don't want the bridge. The conversation is just about, hey council, we would like a formal arrangement and the likes of will look like in order for the bridge to be built and then that access way to be held. There's no other underlying concern similar to what we've had in that Waikawa Beach access area.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Your Worship, that is correct. Unfortunately, those private landowners have been really busy with their own work obligations over the past couple of weeks, and so we've had limited conversations. However, they are certainly still really keen to see a replacement of the bridge, but we're looking to formalise that agreement with council as we were looking at a longer term replacement moving forward.
Lacey, do you have an idea of the consenting risks around what a like for replacement might have? Or is there any?
The like-for-like replacement consenting risks are higher than a suspension bridge, and that is because of the bridge touching the river. We've already had conversations with DOC and with some parts of Horizons who have raised their concerns around building within a river, and that is not their preferred option.
Councillor Tamihana.
Thanks, Lacey. Are we allowed to be reminded about what? I know there is this 1.24. That's what I was actually asking. So, if we were to look at a full replacement option, the easier route, which I'm thinking was C, the total cost of that would be approximately 600,000. Is that right? That's for the new suspension bridge.
Thank you for the question. So option C is approximately $450,000 for a suspension bridge, and additionally dismantling the current bridge that is there it's estimated to be between $50,000 and $80,000. We haven't had confirmation on the consenting costs for that yet, but we wouldn't expect it to be too significant.
Because now I see the full budget that is there, so it does leave a significant portion of money there to consider vehicle access later on down the road. No, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Brannigan, and then Councillor Jennings.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Lacey. Going back to the question from Mayor Burney, in terms of the option A, the piers in the river. Have we had to have conversations with DOC and Horizons, or how deep have we gone into that? Because I mean, we're always looking for ways of providing our community with the cheapest budget we can find in these times. And we build bridges all the time with piers in a river. You're going to look at the new road over on a far different scale. There's big piers in the Manawatu River. There's a big eco viaduct going through a highly sensitive ecological area. It can be mitigated and managed. Just no criticism here. Simply just saying, how deep have we gone in these conversations? And just answer that.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say the conversations have not been deep. They have been touch points to get kind of their advice and recommendation as we have looked at potential options for what a replacement bridge might look like. There has been some reluctance until we have confirmation on what, firm details of what each option would be to give firm advice to us. But the general advice so far has been that options that touch the river, such as piers or that sort, would be a more difficult consenting process for council.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Lacey, my question is around, and it may be that you don't want to answer this publicly, given you're still in discussions with the landowner, but has there been any discussion around vehicle access as part of a replacement bridge, given where we're at with the vehicle access topic, which obviously is subject to the next report? But I know that council kind of ruled out or expressed preference not to explore that option some time ago, but given where we're at, has any of the discussions with the landowner included potential vehicle access?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have had those discussions. That occurred last year when we were looking at all the different options, and vehicle access over to that land is not something that the private landowner at that time was wanting to consider.
Can I just have a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly.
Yeah, so Lacey, so the feedback you just gave was that we don't have a sort of a contemporary view of what their attitude might be, given where we're at now with the vehicle access topic and the lack of options that we are that we now have on the table. Is that a fair assessment?
That is correct in that we haven't spoken to them about that this year. I do just want to highlight that from our conversations with the wider community, that vehicle access to that section of the beach is not the preferred option either.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Al.
Yeah, thank you, Lacey. Look, I just want to test with you my current view, and like other questioners, around the uncertainty of the like for like. A, getting a consent, B, the cost of consent. 100k difference in terms of that one versus a suspension bridge. So to me, currently, the suspension bridge creates certainty but a far greater cost. So I'm just trying to ascertain as much as possible why we'd be recommending at this stage option A, given the pushback from the two authorities and the unknown costs in getting consent, the uncertainty of getting consent plus the cost. So I don't know whether you can add any more to what you've already said there.
I think there are some of the differences between option A and option C, as you've already highlighted. Certainly the consent. I don't think the consent is a super high risk with option A. It would just be more difficult and more costly. Additionally, remember, option A is like for like, and the current capacity for that bridge is a maximum of 10 people, I think, on that bridge, whereas option C is 20. Option A is also a bit a bit narrower, so those were kind of the key differences there.
Councillor Barker.
Would it be reasonable to say that all up it could kind of be the same kind of money to go with option C with the lower consenting costs than to go with the cheaper bridge option?
I I think the cost with the consenting would be far close. That options A and C would be far closer in cost because of the consenting. Yes, that would be fair to say.
I'm no bridge builder, but in terms of the difference between a fixed bridge under option A and a suspension bridge, in terms of safety risks that the public might have with a suspension bridge, any concerns there?
No, in terms of safety, no concerns there whatsoever. You've probably seen across the country that there are more and more suspension bridges, particularly for pedestrian walkways that are becoming popular because of that consenting pathway. Therefore, I think it provides a bit of an easier option for us now than it might have, say, in the past, because there are businesses out there who do this regularly. It's DOC's preferred bridge when they are replacing or building new bridges across their DOC paths. So no health and safety concerns. And also I just did want to highlight that the estimated lifespan difference between option A and option C. Option C, the suspension bridge has an estimated lifespan of 50 years compared to 20 to 40 with a like-for-like replacement.
Any community response at all for either? Are they just wanting a bridge?
I think they are just wanting a bridge at this stage. When we raised this at the Waikawa Beach Community Group hui that we had last week, there was some excitement that this report was coming to council. There was certainly some interest in a suspension bridge because I'm not sure it was something that had really been considered before.
Thank you. Cheers. Councillor Brannigan.
One more, sorry. Lacey, just not to labour on the point too much, but in terms of the like for like, we're taking out a like for like would be timber. If we looked at, and I'm trying to, what's the word, the spans, the bulk of the bridge, it's timber, but if it was steel, if we looked at the price of that, is that have we included that factor? Because I don't understand, if you're going to build a like for like, surely it doesn't have to be timber. That's all good. That's it.
That wasn't something that we had at this stage asked a firm to provide us costings for. We looked at like for like, so therefore it was timber because that's what we've currently got, and so that's what the information we have at the moment. However, when we go, you will see in the options discussion suggested that we go up for an EOI, and dependent on which option you go for, we will get the best bang for buck that fits within that option.
All right. It appears to be all the questions. Thank you, Lacey. Thank you, Breen. So, councillors, there are recommendations C, D, E or F in front of you. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Yeah, look, I'd move option C, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'd like to second that option.
Thank you. So moved by Deputy Mayor Allen, second by Councillor Tamihana. Any? Yes.
Yes.
Follow on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, the kicker for me is the difference in cost. Clearly, it is more expensive, but set against that is the greatest certainty around consenting. We are really going into the world of the unknown with consenting, giving the pushback, and I think we will get some certainty there. Then there are other advantages about the lifespan being greater and about the capacity for carrying people on it being greater. To me, they're not the most compelling reasons. They're the sort of the bonuses. But the main thing is I feel we can move forward with a greater level of certainty by following the suspension bridge option.
Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Tamihana?
Only to further concur with Deputy Mayor Allen, exactly the points that he's raised. I think Waikawa community have waited for a long time to feel like they're getting a substantial win, and I think this is a substantial win and a commitment to that community. And I also have some faith that there's still some money in the bucket there to traverse the second item that's coming up. And I'm also mindful that there are other options that have been provided by the Waikawa community to support that second item that we're going to be talking about as well. So I appreciate moving option C.
Anyone else wish to speak to it? Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, it's an old support option C. I am a bit concerned. I don't think we're fully, from what I've seen, fully traversed what option A could look like in terms of like for like, in terms of using steel instead of timber and the costs of that, but acknowledging that consent will be different because of the ideology of certain people, certain groups, which pushes us to option C. I do agree that Waikawa, this has been around a long time now, and probably the costs ultimately probably a heck of a lot different anyway. So I'll support option C, but certainly still have an eye on option A, but for the greater good of option C, happy to support.
Councillor Barker.
Yeah, I'll support option C too. An anecdote comes to mind of a Jewish clothing manufacturer setting up a factory after the war in New York, and he had very little money, and he was considering what he would buy for the plant for his enterprise. And the comment he made was that regardless of how much he had, he said, I can't afford to buy cheap. So as much as I'm famously or infamously stating that we're broke, in this case, I think it's just a no-brainer. So let's build a bridge and get over it.
Thank you. Councillor Grimston. So I didn't know too much about suspension bridges and pier bridges before this paper really turned up, but clearly a suspension bridge looks good, so that feels like a good excuse to spend that amount of money on it. For one, it also offers better flexibility and movement, so they're designed to handle dynamic loads, environmental factors such as wind and seismic activity, which allows them to absorb and dissipate force through that. The bit I really like is lower maintenance costs. So the design of suspension bridges can lead to lower long-term maintenance costs, particularly as they're prone to have some form of wear and tear associated with piers submerged in water or subjected to strong currents. And clearly the consenting discussion has already highlighted that there are environmental concerns that a suspension bridge offers over a pier and water design. So I also support building a very nice looking bridge and providing a long-term sustainable access for our Waikawa residents. Right, thank you.
Just quickly,
Councillor Rolfe, yes.
yeah, just quickly, I actually do support this as well. Although it is obviously a high capital cost, but actually when you look at it, it sort of works out, including taking it down, it sort of works out at $10,000 a year over obviously the 50 years, and then $18,000 a year if you look at the cheaper one. Obviously that would need replacing after 20 years. So from a financial perspective, it does make a sound choice.
Thank you for that. All right, so while everyone's been talking about option C, the recommendation is actually recommendation E, that council replaces the Waikawa pedestrian bridge with a 20-load capacity suspension bridge following further conversations with the private landowners with a confirmed long-term agreement in place. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Tamihana. Oh, sorry. No, you're fine. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, now moving to the other Waikawa topic, which, as Lacey and Brent return to the table, can I move that the report be received and noted, that the council update be received, that this matter is recognised as significant against council significance policy, and seconded by Councillor Tamihana. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Brent.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, councillors and members of the public. This report today provides a progress update on the Waikawa Beach Vehicle Accessway. While no decision has been sought today, it reflects a significant mahi underway to explore a balanced, community-led solution. Over recent months, we've seen encouraging progress, particularly the willingness of groups with previously opposing views to come together and engage constructively. This has included exploring the feasibility of a controlled access trial and forming general alignment on a preferred option, acknowledging there's still some elements to work through. Ngāti Wihiwihi have continued to support the process, and we acknowledge their partnership and ongoing engagement. Officers remain committed to working alongside iwi and the community group as this work evolves. The next steps in this process will involve seeking Council's agreement to consult with the wider community on the available options, including the possibility of no access or a controlled accessway. In the meantime, we will continue technical engagement with Horizons to better understand the implications of any trial and the consenting pathway. Once there is alignment across the group and clarity on what's required, we intend to return to Council and seek direction on the next stage. Before handing over for questions, the community group we've been regularly meeting with has asked that their joint statement be read out. On behalf of Walk on Waikawa, Waikawa Beach Environment Group, Waikawa Beach Community Association and Waikawa Vehicle Access Group, who have been meeting and having constructive conversations, we support exploring a permitted access trial as we believe it's important to understand how this might work. The group recognises that the environment is paramount, and anything that is established, we've done so with education and signage to promote safe behaviour on the beach. One of our strongest areas of agreement is that we believe a beach bylaw is essential to enable the best behaviour on the beach. We look forward to continuing conversations alongside Ngāti Wihiwihi as we explore this further. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Brent. Any questions for Brent? Reminding everybody that this is just a progress update, not a relitigation of any decisions that have been made or about to be made in the future. Deputy Mayor Allen.
So just in terms of the people involved in the community group, did it include Walk on Waikawa? It did, sorry, I just need to check that. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
No question, but just to acknowledge the work that Brent and Lacey and the team are doing around this, because it's not an easy situation. But it's I know Councillor Barker and myself have been involved in most of the meetings as well. But what they have been able to do is bring those diverse views and opinions around the table and got some degree of collaboration together to find an outcome. And I think the intent of most or all of the people in that group is still to find an outcome that we can all live with, everyone can live with. So we just want to acknowledge the work they're doing. Not an easy task, but they're negotiating their way through it very well, and good to see it go and continue and hopefully get the outcome we're looking for.
Yeah, can I endorse those comments? Sorry, Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brent, Lacey, just in terms of the controlled access trial, and that's covered in paragraphs 48 and 49, can you just talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old and explain what the consenting or the regulatory aspect looks like? Because it seems to be suggesting in paragraph 49 that even for a controlled access trial, we might be required to go through a resource consent process.
Thank you, Councillor Jennings, and through Your Worship. I guess to answer honestly, we're still trying to understand that ourselves. So we have a further meeting with Horizon staff with their consenting lead to try and get a better understanding of what that looks like. The indication we've had from early discussions is that any consent would have a lower threshold, but we probably need a bit more detail to be able to answer that question fully, and we don't have that information right now.
Just to follow up, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
Yeah. So, also, Brent, the paper seems to suggest that the options that might be taken forward are no access or controlled access only, and that pursuing just an unconstrained access, and obviously the consenting risk that comes with that, is kind of no longer on the table. Is that, have I understood that correctly? Is that what we're proposing to take forward for consultation?
We at the moment, the only real option we see available right now with working with the community is the Mangapiro accesses, which is the one that we're focusing our attention on. That's not to say if we were aware of something else through another opportunity, we would pursue that if it was like less consenting risk. But right now, in terms of the options that we have in front of us, we are limited.
Sorry, just can I have a further follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly.
Yeah. So Brent, sorry. So what I'm not reconciling is, what I'm trying to understand is that surely there's two options with the Mangapiro access, which is the controlled access version and an uncontrolled access version, as in we'll just go through a normal consenting pathway. And am I misunderstanding something? Because surely that's the something that yeah, I'll just leave it there. Is that not an option?
Thanks, Councillor Jennings. I think I understand your question a little bit better now. I guess it is an option. However, the group that we're working with and the alignment that we have so far is that that a controlled access, whatever that may look like, rather than uncontrolled, and it is the preference in terms of getting the buy-in from all the members of the community group to look at a collective agreement moving forward.
All right. Any further questions? Councillor Grimston.
I guess wandering down this path of controlled access, I mean, can you talk me through what the council owned, managed, controlled and independently evaluated benefit of the trial would be? What would it look like in practice, and what would the obligations be on council around running any such trial, given that clearly Walk On Waikawa's position is they want council to own it?
Councillor Grimstone, just turn your mic off, please.
Thanks, Councillor Grimstone, and through your worship. We're still probably yet to reach full alignment on what the permitted, who owns it and how that works. While Walk On Waikawa have a strong preference, we need to probably get into the detail of what that may look like in a bit more in further meetings. So we don't have that right now. Obviously, there's a strong point from one of the groups in the hui.
Sorry, Chief Executive just wants to add something.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to reassure you, Councillor, that when we bring options back to the council table for you to go out to the community for consultation on, we'll make sure that you've got that information in front of you.
Councillor Tamihan.
Thank you. Thanks for the work, guys, because I know it's been a really hard journey. Look, I suppose because we're looking at Mangapiro more now, I suppose, than any other of the areas, and there seems to be some unification around that by the different groupings, which is good to hear. Are those offers from the community still there to support this that were there prior? In terms, there were some offers there by the community about how they would support this being established, and it wasn't just going to be on council. And then I think following on from Councillor Grimstone's question was, if it was a controlled environment, then obvious, and if council were to be owners of that controlled environment, I suppose it is a little bit more practicality about what it looks like, because we're talking fees, gate card accesses, security codes, like just getting a sense of, that's all. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Tamihana, and through your worship. Yes, I believe while we haven't any direct conversations with the community around that, I do believe that offer is still there. In terms of controlled, what I should have mentioned earlier is that there is a subcommittee being set up from our community group that is looking at what controlled looks like. So whether it's permitted, whether it's gates, whether it's swipe, whatever that may look like, and how that may be managed.
So Jennings, do you have a follow-up question, do you?
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just the final one. Brent and Lacey, why does it feel? I'll frame it in a different way. It feels to me like we're really pandering to Walk on Waikawa, and so can I just understand why it is that they seem to have a louder voice than anyone else in terms of having input into this report? Is it because we're concerned about the risk associated with them in terms of legal action? What's driving what feels like a real disproportionate input? And to me, it feels like we're really pandering to this group.
Chief Executive's going to respond to that.
Through you, Your Worship, and I note your observations, Councillor Jennings. I'd also remind the council table of the mandate you gave officers to go away and work with all parties to try work through what is essentially a community mediation process. I wouldn't describe it as pandering. I'd describe it as working through a process that is trying to bring very polarising views to a point where we can find a way forward. But picking up on your earlier line of questioning, Councillor Jennings, I note the commentary around the concern that the constrained or controlled access versus the uncontrolled access, and elected members can be assured that, again, when we bring the options back to the council table on options to go out for consultation, that you as elected members are given those options, but you're given those options in light of this community mediation process that we've been going through. Councillor Jennings, you will note the risks that have existed around potential legal action, but also the very challenging Resource Management Act process we will need to go through around uncontrolled vehicle access, and I think all of that is building into a context that responds to the way that both officers but also the elected members that are supporting us through this process are engaging.
Councillor Brannigan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just responding to Councillor Jennings' question and following up on Malik's comments, having sat in the room with Councillor Barker in most of the meetings with this group, I don't believe that the Walk on Waikawa group have certainly any more say than anybody else. I think it's been conversations have been widely open, have been honest, challenging, absolutely challenging, no doubt about that, and they have pretty clear, and some would say extreme views. But I think they certainly have hit the reality that there's also other views in that group that have different perspectives, and so far they've been willing to listen, concede certain points, certain parts, and be open to those wider conversations. So ultimately, where it lands, who knows? But at this stage, the team are still negotiating, navigating their way through the challenges as well. But I certainly wouldn't say they've got any more say than anybody else, because they simply haven't.
Councillor Tamihana, you have a question?
I just wanted to make a comment, actually, following on from that. But I think it's been really interesting watching the way the groups initially engaged this process and the way that we're seeing it engaged now. There's been a massive shift. And so I sort of tend to agree with Councillor Brannigan in terms of while Walk on Waikawa look like they're extreme through our documentation, and I appreciate their even wanting to meet us outside of this, just to share what they're doing and what they're thinking. But I'm just as clear about the guidance we've been given by Ngāti Wehiwehi in a formal letter to us as council and other parts of our community. I suppose the only thing that's coming to my mind now when we talk about control and uncontrolled open access, I'm just thinking that our CE's mentioned that there's RMA obligations. We're also undertaking a coastal review, bylaw review, that may or may not inform access on the beaches and where those accesses are going to continue going on in the future. But I'm also, in my mind, thinking about the recent marine and coastal area Supreme Court rulings. So there's several different functions now that are going on that coastal area. So this is nothing more than to share that as we go forward, maybe a process we're doing around bylaws may actually already inform whether that is a controlled or an uncontrolled access because of that sort of scenario, or it has to be factored into that process at the very least. So that was all I wanted to share.
Just this is question time rather than commentary. It's all if you all right. So Brent, did you want to add something? I just quickly, Ebony, the commentary, the specific section for Waka Waikawa in the council paper was as a result of us sharing the paper ahead of the agenda being published, and there was some suggested changes that came back, and rather than sort of going through that with the whole community group, and given the time frame we had, this wasn't how we sort of worked with Waka Waikawa to make sure their points were heard as well. Thank you both. All right, so we have recommendation D, the council notes D1, the collaborative work of the community group and their in-principle support for a controlled access trial. D2, the progress made in terms of community cohesion and the willingness of previously divided groups to collaborate constructively on potential solutions. D3, the legal advice indicating the risks of proceeding without further engagement and the need for clarity around objectives and options. D4, the continued community use of informal access ways despite signage and communication efforts. And then E, that council request officers to continue to support and work alongside the community group and Ngāti Wehiwehi to explore a potential access option and report back to council with updates on progress, including any new developments that may influence the feasibility or direction of any future access arrangement. This includes ongoing assessment of the viability of both controlled access and no access options. Do I have a mover? Moved by Deputy Mayor Allen, seconded by Councillor Tamihana. Any further discussion or debate? I'll put those motions. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Good to see the progress being made, and thank you, Councillor Barker and Brannigan, for your involvement in terms of that as well. Right, moving to 8.4, the adoption of dog control policy and dog control bylaw, and I know Grayson's going to tell me that I have to move the minutes of that meeting first before I ask Vi to come to the table. Those minutes are on page 253, and there is an additional recommendation that will go with. Is that part of the minutes? Yeah. Okay. All right. Can you just make that bigger for me again? Thank you. So, can I ask the Deputy Mayor if he would move that the report proceedings of the Hearings and Regulatory Committee from the 10th of June 2025 and the minutes being received and noted. So moved, and I'm happy to second. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And that we also have a recommendation. Is that part of the report rather than the minutes?
So this additional recommendation B, came from the Hearings and Regulatory Committee specifically out of the response to submitters. There was some concern about the dog control measures at the Monetary Estuary, but there was an acknowledgement that that's not actually part of council's area of control, but it was recommended that council liaise with other landowners and controlling bodies to try and bring about some changes there for the Manatū Estuary.
So this, just for clarity, this recommendation is in addition to the minutes.
It is a specific recommendation that came from the committee through the minutes to council.
Okay.
So just in terms of process, do we need a separate mover and seconder for that? I suspect we do.
Yes.
So perhaps we could adopt the minutes first and then move to that as a second step.
We have that. We've done that.
Oh, we've done that already.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're happy to move that, and I'm happy to second that. So all those in favour? Okay. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. So we're moving now to 8.4, and Vi and Brenda coming to the table. The recommendation is that this report be received, and the report adoption of dog control policy and dog control bylaw will be received in the manner is recognised as significant in terms of Section 76 of the Local Government Act. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thanks, Vi.
Kia ora koutou, Your Worship, Councillors. Today I'm presenting the final draft dog control policy and bylaw along with the responsible dog owner approval process, RDOA, process for adoption. I want to start by acknowledging the high level of community engagement we received. We had over 70 submissions come in and 8 people speak to their written submissions at the hearing held earlier this month on 10 June. Submissions were thoughtful, informed, and reflected a real commitment from our community to shape rules that are fair, practical, and focused on safety, access, and responsible dog ownership. In response, the Hearings and Regulatory Committee recommended several changes that have been incorporated into the final documents before you today. These include adjustments to the on-leash and off-leash areas that better reflect how our spaces are actually used by our community, reinstating the puppy category into the registration fees, clarifying provisions on dog tethering to better align with emerging national welfare standards, a revised RDOA framework with more inclusive pathways, and updating some section headings and language to improve better clarity and transparency. These changes reflect our community's voice, and the final version is stronger and more balanced because of it. I also want to acknowledge the other recommendations made by the Hearings Committee, which were included in the proceedings before this, in the proceedings of the Hearings Committee report, and Council's now signalled its commitment to those wider actions, and specifically liaising with agencies and landowners regarding dog management at the Manawatu Estuary, which we saw, enhancing signage, digital information in fenced exercise areas, and partnering with Kaupapa Māori and community-led groups for education and outreach. Altogether, the system reflects the documents reflect a whole-of-system approach that goes beyond regulation, one that includes education, enforcement, consistency, and future improvements. And just finally, I'd like to note that we're requesting that the bylaw take effect from 30th of September and that limited delegation be granted to the CE to make some final editorial changes, including adding to our Māori headings to our document before we publish those and have them take effect. This process not only concludes our legal obligations, but more importantly includes the voice of our community as part of the process. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Vi? Yes, Timmy Hunt.
Kia ora, Vi and Brent again. Look, thanks for the work that you've done. And while I'm part of the Hearings Committee as well, been sitting here today making decisions, I will say the process I think has been really robust on your behalf, and like you support all the submissions that we've received and those that spoke to it. The only question I'm going to ask is, it's around the unleashed areas, and I sort of feel like we're going to adopt a policy potentially today that I feel is really hard to monitor, because it doesn't matter where I go in my district. Every sports ground, every public place, there are still people leashed and unleashed So while we're going to adopt this, can you just explain to me what's the change in how we're going to police and monitor the new bylaw as opposed to how we are already policing and monitoring the current bylaws?
Kia ora, Councillor Tamihana, for your question, through you, Your Worship. So the bylaw and policy itself won't bring about any operational changes for the animal control team. It certainly provides the framework for which they enforce and how they respond and work day to day. The challenges for them all the time around managing people's behaviours gets quite challenging, but this process in itself has helped with some of the education out to the public at the same time. We've certainly invited their feedback around where those areas are, and so as part of the adoption of the community views that are incorporated into these documents, there is that help from the community perspective in terms of assisting animal control with their duty.
Thank you for that, and I think really it's for our public listeners to understand. So we're not going out there to police this. We've just got a bylaw to be able to respond, and so really it's community voice, community engagement. We're still seeking that would trigger a response from our animal control agents. Is that right?
Thank you again for the question and through Your Worship. Yeah, that's correct. So what we see typically is that 80% of people do the right thing. They know what the rules say, they just get it done. And so these rules are here for our officers to apply when we need to apply them, based on the complaints or based on the behaviour that we see.
Thank you, Vi. I think it's interesting that we got probably as many submissions on the dog control policy as we did on Local Water's Done Well. So it shows the interest in, how many people have dogs and their interest in making sure that the community is safe and protected in that space. So thank you for all the work that you've done in this way as well. Thank you. All right, so recommendations are C, that Council resolve to adopt the dog control policy attached as Attachment A and the dog control bylaw attached as Attachment B is effective from 30 September 2025, and in doing so determines that in accordance with Section 155 of the Local Government Act, that C1, a bylaw is still the most appropriate way of addressing the perceived problems of regulating dog control matters, and C2, that the dog control bylaw is the most appropriate form of bylaw and does not give rise to any implications under the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990. D, that the Chief Executive be authorised to make any necessary corrections or editorial changes that arise in producing the final published versions of the Dog Control Policy 2025 and the Dog Control Bylaw 2025. And E, that Council approve the responsible dog owner approval policy attached as Attachment C, with policy to become operational from 30 September 2025 and apply to the 2026-27 dog registration period. Moved by Deputy Mayor Allen. I'm happy to second that. And Deputy Mayor Allen, you wish to speak?
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Mayor. Look, both you and Vi have indicated the sheer number of submissions that were received. And the 8 speakers who did choose to come and speak to it certainly added value to the process, such as that from Rosemary Cleater, where we actually, as a hearings committee, went into recess, took a moment because of the sheer weight of her submission, the details in her submission. So I want to publicly acknowledge not only the 70-odd submitters, but those 8 people who did come to speak to it. Also, could I please acknowledge both yourself and Councillor Jennings. Unfortunately, Councillor Tamihana was unable to be there, but voiced his support in general terms for the direction of it. There was a strong consensus around the decisions that we did make. And finally, absolutely need to acknowledge the work from Vi there, not only the preparation that she did, but her flexibility on the spot to deal with the many questions that were posed. So thanks to you also, Vi, for the work you did.
Thank you. Endorse those comments. Anyone else wish to speak to this recommendation? Councillor Tamihana.
I'll look really briefly, but want to support as Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen has spoken, and thank the Regulatory Committee as well for conducting the day as I was away unwell. I'm just going to share that it was quite an interesting process, and I'm sure Councillor Grimstone can remember that we had to dial a dog lover as part of our own process, meaning I rang my wife, and if there were any red flags that were coming up, she'd be the first person to tell me. And I'm sure Councillor Grimstone had other people that he called to do a bit of a check to help us know that we were on the right track. And I was happy to know that there were no red flags, and they were certainly it supports good ownership and good people that are looking after their animals in a good way. So yeah, I'll be supporting.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt the template for listening, consulting, and hearing community voice has been well demonstrated in this process, and I'd just like to acknowledge the chair of the hearings committee in terms of that being done as well. So, look, moving those recommendations, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, we now move to 8.5, the adoption of the Strategic Recreation Investment Framework, and Lacey and Mark are coming to the table. Can I move recommendations A and B, the report be received and recognised as not significant, seconded by Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome, both.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, councillors. Today we are, of course, seeking council adoption of the Strategic Recreation and Investment Framework. We also have visitor solutions online if there are any questions that they might be able to help answer. Just a few comments from me before I hand back to you, Your Worship. Obviously, since the start of this project at the beginning of the year, councillors have been involved walking alongside this piece of work with the free workshops that we've held, which we've held. And hopefully that is reflected in the report you've got today. At the last workshop, there was some discussion about socialising the plan with sports clubs, and I just want to comment that we have been doing that obviously throughout the development of the framework when we've been meeting with codes and clubs. But in addition to that, since the last workshop, we have socialised the final plan with sports clubs and codes, the key ones that we've been engaging with. Also at the last workshop there was discussion around iwi and hapu partners and the role and responsibilities that they have, and you'll see that the roles and responsibilities within the framework has also been updated to reflect that conversation and the feedback we received from you. The next steps for us will be continuing to do the work on the network needs analysis that is currently underway, which will then help with our key moves, essentially our action plan that we will be bringing back to the table. From an operation perspective, once adopted, officers will start using this framework to provide decent advice to the table on significant investment decisions. Other than that, I'm happy to hand back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for the team at all? Must be so good. Eh? All right. Thank you.
Probably just one for me, Mayor Bernie, was around recommendation E. And it was around council approve the CEO to make future editorial changes to the framework, which in normal circumstances I don't have an issue with, but I just wondered whether it triggered a significant change, whether that should be subject to council endorsement. That's probably my only comment to make through you, Mayor, to the CE, if that's appropriate or not.
Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, through you, Worship, I think that's absolutely appropriate, Councillor Tamihana. I think when officers were building this particular recommendation, they would have been thinking about, I suppose, those times where it requires kind of just an update in language, but certainly not to change the intent or the principles of the framework. If that was to occur, it absolutely needs to be a decision at this table.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Lacey. Okay, so the recommendation is C, that council adopts the Strategic Recreation Investment Framework as set out in attachment 1 of this report. That D, that Council instructs the Chief Executive to implement the framework and to use it to support the development of advice for Council to inform future long-term plan, annual plan or other significant investment decisions relating to sport and recreation. And E, that Council approve the Chief Executive to make any future editorial changes to the framework. Do I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Grimstone, seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Sorry, I didn't see your finger behind there. All right, so it's on the table. Councillor Grimstone, you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mark and Lacey. No questions because it's been a comprehensive piece of work that's been well canvassed around this table with really good buy-in and communication out to those that will be immediately impacted by this. So all I say is let's pass this and wait for the needs assessment and the next conversations that come up. But I think this framework will provide the basis for us moving forward to make really good investment decisions in future. Sorry.
Councillor Jennings, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I just wanted to add my support. I think this is absolutely an excellent piece of work. It's going to be a really important governance tool going forward. I think it helps us with our ultimate role of prudent financial management and making those really long-term strategic decisions. So really looking forward to implementing and using it. And obviously, as we start to use it and see it working in practice, if there are adjustments or refinements needed, no doubt those could be accommodated and changed if need be. But just compliments to the Visit Solutions team, our team, and look, this has been a long time coming since that paper hit a few years ago around Donnelly Park and the massive investment that was proposed there. We've really needed a tool to help really focus in on what's important and how we score and determine what pieces of the puzzle to progress and how we can make those whole of systems decisions. So look, really support this and absolutely be supporting the motion.
Can I endorse those remarks? It will be I'm really keen to see, what follows from this and the actions that will undoubtedly be able to be, I think, considered a lot more fulsomely with this framework in place. It will add significantly to our ability to make informed and well constructive and positive decision making. So it's and also just adding the work that Visitor Solutions have provided us and the opportunity to feed into this has been welcome. Thank you. And to acknowledging Mark and his team for the work that has been done in the space. I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Having that amendment put on it that I raised prior to you doing that?
Sorry, what amendment was it?
Where I asked if it was appropriate that that last part of that E included where it triggered a significant thing that the C would bring it back.
With your permission.
Yes.
So just through your worship, what my answer sought to clarify, Councillor Tamihana, is that the resolution talks about editorial changes. So you're only giving me delegations to make minor changes. Anything else will just will just come back to council table anyway. So I don't think you need an amendment.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, we now move to 8.6, which is the adoption of the Horowhenua Economic Development Strategy 2025 to 2035. And Claire is from the company is joining us, as well as David. While they get settled, can I move that the report, adoption of Horowhenua Economic Development Strategy 2025-2035 be received and recognised as not significant? Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome, both. Thank you, and good afternoon. And yes, grateful to have Claire Ferguson, Economic Development Advisor at the Horowhenua Company, alongside me, who's been one of the key authors of the Horowhenua Economic Development Strategy. So in completing the work, it's followed the direction provided by Council last year and drawing on both the Sagebush report and also the Martin Jenkins Section 17A review, two reports that Council received and considered last year. The strategy presented today includes and incorporates the feedback from elected members following the workshop held in May. And the strategy is a refresh that links to other existing strategic documents of Council. And while consultation has been undertaken with Muapoko Tribal Authority and Te Tū Matakahuki, we acknowledge that ongoing engagement with all the iwi and hapu in our district will be critical to advance the actions in the strategy, in particular the likes of the Māori Economic Development Plan. In the same way as will be engagement with the business sector will be important in advancing other actions. We're excited to present the strategy for adoption today, noting a key focus is on seizing the opportunities associated with O2NL, and in particular during the construction phase. With the good news late last week about O2NL and with construction on track to start in October, we're looking forward to getting started on implementing this strategy, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David or Claire? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, I just wanted to sort of unpack the section of the reports that's around the Māori Economic Development Plan piece. And so a kind of two-pronged question, which is that it feels a little bit like that's been a late addition into the process and into the strategy. And I know that Councillor Proctor had raised it at the last workshop in terms of this being sort of a missing piece. But just an explanation around where has this come from and why is it such a prominent piece now? And then I guess the second question is why is it now defined as a key action? Like why is it being prioritized as the early action, and is it anticipated that this would be something that the Horowhenua Company is tasked with as part of their contract? Yeah, can you cover those two things?
Yes, happy to do that. So the where and the why. So the where comes, the timing is part of this. So you may recall when we had the council workshop, we were sort of just about to have the engagement hui with, we'll start that engagement with Te Tū Matakahuki and also Muapoko Tribal Authority. So when we presented it to you, we hadn't had the benefit of those conversations that we've since had. And what's come up, I guess, through those conversations is the absence of that sort of piece of work at the moment, but also the context in which the iwi, particularly Rokawa and Muapoko, are in. So this strategy has a 10-year horizon at the moment. Approximately within halfway through that period of time, it's likely that those two iwi will go from being pre-settled to post-settlement and become major economic development players in the district. And so at the moment, and then probably answering your next part around the prioritisation, it is around actually doing that piece of work in advance of the treaty settlement processes happening and being in that position to be able to be those major economic development players. It's about setting that in place. So starting to set them up for what those opportunities might be, working with them. We heard from them that certainly the capacity and possibly some support is needed to be able to actually work on and develop those plans to actually be able to, again, take advantage from a district perspective of a unique opportunity which is only going to happen once essentially. And so it's about positioning, helping position the district to be able to support and lead out on that. In terms of who does that work, we have heard that support to do that would be appreciated, and certainly through the work that we are including in the contract with the Horowhenua Company is around how do we look at supporting and working alongside iwi and Hapu to be able to prepare those plans.
Can I have a follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly.
Yeah. So thanks, David. That all. You've outlined that quite clearly, and I understand that. And so I guess the question is, in that context, what then is deprioritized, or what then potentially is reduced in terms of resourcing? If we prioritize that line of work, what drops off, or what is deprioritized? Given the sort of those three key areas that had been identified in the strategy as having wide community district benefit, what drops off?
Probably view it a little bit differently to dropping off, because I think within that piece of work, it actually it has threads across those other pieces. So if we think about seizing opportunities with Otago, now we think about promoting the district. Those are things which I would expect to see come through within that same piece of work, and it's about looking at those opportunities within that context. So I probably haven't seen it in the same way that you're seeing it, is that it requires an actual deprioritisation. It's more about how these things actually come together and have an appropriate shape around them.
David, can I just, in terms of we're in the process of negotiating a contract with the company in terms of this. I assume the strategy is going to inform that, and that council will regularly receive. I mean, there's figures in here, obviously, that will change, and so progress in terms of how that's going, and how you see the future in terms of council being fully informed about what is going on.
Contract discussions underway. Certainly the strategy informs a key part of that, and in terms of what those deliverables will be, where roles and responsibilities sit between council, company, but also externally, what we're expecting others to play a part in. We are still working through some of the finer details, I guess, but certainly comfortable that there's a clear pathway ahead, that the strategy is informing that work, and that we obviously, it's something we want to test with council around the reporting and monitoring that council wants to receive from that, but certainly looking to build that into the contract, which would be probably at a different level. We're taking some of the feedback from particularly the Section 17A review around some areas where it was identified as some greater transparency or greater visibility to both monitoring, but also the funding and how it's allocated and that sort of thing. So looking at weaving that into the contract so council can be satisfied, and also keep close to the level it wants, to the work that's being undertaken in the space. But the strategy, you will also have picked up that it includes a range of metrics and indicators, which we're obviously looking at using to track and see progress. Noting that with economic development, it's seldom a sort of a dollar spent today sort of suddenly pops up as a return tomorrow. But we obviously do want to have an eye on those things which we think could change over time if this work goes ahead as planned, and we'll hopefully see positive trends.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Grimston?
I guess my question's a little bit of follow-up to Sam's in terms of within the indicators that Māori iwi lens in measuring the growth from an economic perspective isn't threatened here, albeit except that it's captured under the wider economic GDP stuff that's in here. But just keen to, I guess, any thoughts on maybe why that wasn't, or the difficulties with incorporating something like that into this document?
If I think about the here and now, I feel that what we've tried to capture is ones where we have a benchmark for at the moment, because then it allows us to sort of show progress. I didn't have a readily identified benchmark at the moment for those there. It's not to say they can't come through in the future. There is some related to that we know have been worked into the O2NL project. And so that's going to be things which we know through that project, whilst it's still possible because the alliance agreements aren't signed yet, there might still be some tweaks to that, but we know that there are going to be specific things in there in relation to Māori and iwi business, which will be measured and tracked, and that allows us to utilise that.
Councillor Jennings, you have a further question?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Yeah, David. So actually, just following on from Clint's line of questioning, the report talks about an implementation plan following adoption of the strategy, which makes a whole lot of sense. So I'm presuming that it's the implementation plan that will then inform specific things that might be negotiated into the company's contract, but that might also then clarify where the company is not doing a piece of work, but where council is or another player is. And so will the implementation plan also capture some sort of measures or indicators or some sort of assessment of a deliverable having a particular impact, or are the indicators and the measures essentially those ones that are captured in the strategy? Hopefully I've framed that in a sensible way.
My response to that is I probably haven't quite settled on the exact format or final format of the implementation plan. We have worked up a version or two. I can see within that, though, the importance of showing where we're doing something, what is that connecting back to. So what are those, whether it's the goals, the vision, what does it actually connect back to? And I can see a space in there for if we don't have an indicator already, then what is that sort of descriptor or narrative that basically can go alongside that to again sort of help understand what that's doing and how that has impacted things. So if you probably indulge me to just consider your well-worded question, so think about how I could weave that into there. I can understand your intent and see that. Those that have indicators, clearly associated indicators, I think that sort of speaks for itself, but I can see where there could be benefit in having something which allows a narrative to also describe a benefit or an outcome that might not have a specific indicator.
Any further questions? Thank you, David. Thank you, Claire, for being here. Appreciate that. All right, so recommendation C is that Council adopt the Horowhenua Economic Development Strategy 2025-2035, that the Chief Executive be authorised to make any necessary corrections or editorial changes that arise in producing the final published version of the Horowhenua Economic Development Strategy 2025-2035. I am happy to move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Brannigan. Thank you. Yeah, so the recommendations on the table. Look, this has been quite a long process in getting to the stage today, but it's wonderful to see it being moved along, and the fact that, again, we will have a strategy that will be able to guide us and inform future decisions. And after the decision of last week, where O2NL has been confirmed that even now will play a greater part in the next few years. And I look forward to being continually updated and informed about what is going on in this local economy. It is a good move, and obviously the relationship between the company and the organisation and governance is extremely important in terms of ensuring that the direction that we've got from the Sage Bush report does inform the strategy well. So happy to move and support this. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, being none, I'll move the recommendations. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. I think this is appropriate time to adjourn for a luncheon break, so we will be back at 1:20. Give a half an hour for everyone, so thank you. Okay, welcome back to everyone and the restart of our meeting. We're actually on page 163, 8.7, the Levin Town Centre Transformation Program update, and Susan and David are here, but just while before they get to speak, I'll just move recommendations A and B that the update be received and recognised as not significant. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome, Susan. Welcome, David.
Good afternoon. At the council meeting on the 26th of March, during the public excluded part of the meeting, council requested the Levin Town Centre program review the project management and governance arrangements on the Levin Town Centre program. On the 23rd of May 2025, a steering group workshop was held to evaluate these structures, resulting in key recommendations, which include the addition of a Murray Ward councillor and 2 Levin Ward councillors to the community steering group. The workshop also provided an opportunity to review and reprioritise the projects within the program, with a summary status included in this report for your consideration. Today we present this report that provides an overview of the program's progress, including the review of our project management and governance arrangements. We are proposing that we move to this new structure in July 2025, subject to council support, noting that the identified changes to the operational management sits with the Chief Executive to determine and execute. Today we are seeking council support for the proposed new governance structure and the appointment of a Murray Ward councillor to join the existing appointed councillors, Grimstone and Jennings, to the community steering group. The report sets out the structure and includes the program update. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Susan? All right, that was pretty straightforward. Thank you very much. So the recommendation is that C, that Council approve the Levin Town Centre Transformation Program governance structure, and that D, Council agree to Murray Ward councillor being appointed to join the Levin Town Centre Transformation Community Steering Group. Anyone wish to? Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to move C and D. And with D referencing that council agreed to Māori Ward councillor Nina Hori Tapa being appointed to join the Levin Town Centre Transformation Community Steering Group.
Thank you. Seconder for that. Councillor Tamihana, thank you. Any further discussion or debate?
Only one further consideration from me, was in the initial group we had the 2 Māori Ward councillors appointed in terms of cultural competency. So still happy for the resolution that's being just thing, but I would still like to have us still included around cultural competency, both of us. Yeah.
Sorry, in terms of cultural considerations, yes, certainly, yes. Yeah, I think that's intended to continue as, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to just speak briefly to the motion. So obviously this was an adjustment that has been proposed and is put now on the table for consideration and support. I think it's a sensible tweak to the arrangements following on from obviously a period of time where we've seen this working in practice, and this is about just ensuring that, again, the governance arrangements are fit for purpose in terms of where we're at with the program. I probably just take a slightly different view to Councillor Tamihana in that by having a Māori Ward councillor as part of the group, we should be able to have access to that a range of perspectives from our Māori Ward councillor, including that cultural competency. And there's nothing stopping anyone from seeking additional input from anybody, including Councillor Tamihana or others in future. but in terms of actually formalising that, I don't think that's necessary. I think that the motion stands on its own, and it's clear in terms of what role the Māori ward councillor will play, which is the same, essentially the same capacity as Councillor Grimstone and I in terms of the input into that reference group level.
Thank you.
I have a subsequent opinion to that. So is Councillor Jennings proposing to me then he's a cultural expert?
Are you asking a direct question of Councillor Jennings? Pardon? Did you hear that question, Councillor Jennings?
Yeah, I thought we were in debate, not questions.
Yeah, we are in debate.
We might be in debate, but I did ask whether the role around cultural competency would still be required, and I was told that there was no change to that. Subsequent to that, Councillor Jennings has said he didn't believe it needed to be formal to have cultural competency there, and he believes that it sits with the Māori ward councillor being appointed. I have a different opinion to that. So I do want it moved formally then, if that's the case, that I am second for matters of cultural competency to that group.
Just some clarification then in terms of how the group operates, please.
Noting that the new group, the new community steering group, is it's a change to how the program management has operated until now. Probably just a bit of clarification I would add. The former resolution of council was to appoint 2 live-in ward councillors. At the time, there was a request that a Māori ward councillor be appointed to the group. Council at the time said no to that, but what they did do is say that the 2 Māori ward councillors were to be utilised for. My understanding of the language at the time was cultural considerations, so I didn't recall it to be cultural competency, it was cultural considerations. I think in theory, what that's resulted in is at times maybe a mismatch in expectations about when a Māori ward councillor would be engaged with or not on matters. So certainly as part of the request you gave us to do some work on the new proposed structure, we took that to an account, and that's why the proposal is that a Māori ward councillor sit on the steering group. In terms of the Councillor Tamihana's initial question, which is, well, would the other Māori ward councillor still be available to provide cultural insight and considerations to the Live-In Town Centre program? My answer to that is, well, yes, just like every other elected member would be available to give considerations on any other aspect, because remembering the decision making still sits at the council table. But I think what Councillor Tamihana has just asked in that additional korero is that there be a resolution that still notes the co-opting of the other Māori ward councillor onto the steering group for matters related to cultural matters. That's not been the recommendation of the officer paper to date. I think part of our rationale around the number of councillors was trying to balance the number of community representatives that you'd appointed to the steering group, but ultimately it's a decision for you as council to take.
Plus, we weren't advised of this until we read these papers.
Correct.
All right, so the recommendations,
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry,
just
Councillor Jennings.
Write a reply if that's okay. If no one
Yes,
else will
certainly.
speak. Yep. Yeah, well, look, thank you, Mr. Mayor. From my perspective, if Councillor Tamihana is proposing something different to what the resolution is, then he simply just needs to navigate that through the standing orders and propose a separate resolution. There's nothing stopping him from doing that. And as the Chief Executive has outlined, the full table of elected members is available for elected members to engage with and to seek advice. We all bring different strengths and competencies and perspectives. And so there's absolutely nothing stopping whether it's myself, Councillor Grimstone or Councillor Horitapa from seeking additional input from Councillor Tamihana or anybody. So I see what he is proposing to be unnecessary, but if he wants to formalise that through a subsequent resolution, he's welcome to do so and test that with the table.
All right. Thank you. So we have recommendation C that the council approve the town centre transformation program governance structure, and that D, council agree to Maori Ward councillor Nina Horitapa being appointed to join the Levin Town Centre Transformation Community Steering Group. All those in favour? Against?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it of the motion that I've asked for to be considered an E. So through seeking advice, really back on the back of Sam's comments to you, Monique or someone.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order.
Sorry, just in terms of what?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
The point of order relates to what?
Mr. Mayor, we're in the middle of a vote and Councillor Tamihana is articulating his reasons. He's had an opportunity to do that through the debate. I'd ask you that just ask him to vote. That's simply the option available to him, as per standing orders.
So, yes, so I will uphold that point of order. So, Councillor Tamihana, are you in support of the motion or not?
No, I'm not. Because
so
you didn't even turn to the CEO based on Councillor Jennings' advice to look for a motion through standing orders. You didn't even turn and ask for that advice. I actually said that I still want to be formally included in this process. I'm the seconder to this motion.
So all he needs to do now is just move.
Yeah. So if you've got a further recommendation that you wish to put to the table, then you need to now move that.
Okay, then I do. And what I...
Sorry, hang on. I'm just going to get six.
We currently are voting on these two in front of us.
Yes, we have.
To complete that process.
Yes.
And then the opportunity exists for anyone
Sorry,
to
I thought we
put
had.
a subsequent point of order. It's a subsequent motion.
Right. Right, he's foreshadowing the motion. I had thought that everybody had already voted. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, so the recommendations C and D, I'll now move. All those in favour? Against? Right, carried. Thank you. Now, Councillor Tamihana, you wish to promote a further recommendation?
Yes, I would like to make a subsequent motion. E, that both Māori Ward councillors are included and invited around matters of cultural competency.
Yes.
Could I just offer some advice, Councillor Tamihana, about how that might be worded? Rather than both Māori Ward councillors, it might say that the other Māori Ward councillor be co-opted to provide advice on cultural matters related to the Levin Town Centre Transformation Community Steering Group, rather than the word competency, because I don't think that's in the spirit of what had previously been discussed by Council. We wouldn't want to mention two councillors, because actually Council have just passed a resolution to appoint Councillor Horitapa.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you. So I'll just get Grayson to put that on the screen. So Councillor Tamihana is moving that the other Māori Ward councillor will be co-opted to provide advice on cultural matters in relation to the Levin Town Centre Community Steering Group. Is that what you're recommending, or the motion you're moving. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hori Te Pa is seconding that. You wish to speak to that, Councillor Tamiao?
Thank you, Mayor Burney. This is just consistency from the start, and that we wanted both of our Māori ward councillors involved in this project from day one. We come from different backgrounds, different upbringings, and we have different skill sets. The skill sets I offer don't take away from Councillor Hori Te Pa at all. They actually complement. And so, for matters of consistency, that's why this needs to be done. And we still have pre-settlement iwi in this district, and that is a relationship that also needs to be looked after.
Councillor Hori Te Pa, you wish to speak to it at all?
Is it gone? Oh, sorry. Yeah, just I second the motion purely for what Councillor Tamana has said this afternoon around skill set and being able to co-opt onto the steering committee should that be the request of the committee at the time, or the group, sorry, not committee. So therefore I would agree in having support in a cultural setting.
Anyone else wish to speak to the matter? Councillor Brannigan.
The obvious question is that, while I understand it, we've just voted to appoint one Māori ward councillor to the group. This is quite general. It says be co-opted to provide advice on cultural matters in relation to. So where's the threshold of involvement on that? If we just accept this as it is, and this is no reflection on anybody, it's just process. If we're going to provide this, we might as well go back and just put both Māori ward councillors on the whole project thing, because this as you said, co-opted to provide advice. Is that a full-time basis, or as Councillor Hori Te Pa has just alluded to, could be as invited? But co-op means co-op. You're on the committee. You're on the group. To me, it's just counterproductive. It counters the original vote. So if that's, unless I get perfect clarity, I won't support it, because it's undoing process we've just voted on and agreed to.
Just clarifying, co-opted to provide advice doesn't mean necessarily sitting at the table.
Well, unless someone can convince me, I've been on lots of committees where people are co-opted, unless there's a terms of reference or something like that, they're co-opted to be on that committee. The Board of Trustees of school, you co-opt somebody, they're co-opted to come onto the committee and have full involvement on the committee. And what I'm saying is, as this depends on whose interpretation we're going to be adopting or alluding to, we might as well just go back and revisit D and put both Māori councillors. In my view, I might be wrong, but that's where I'm sorry.
Chief Executive.
The resolution's worded in a way where it's not to be co-opted onto the steering group, it's to be provide advice on cultural matters. In terms of the practicalities of that, I think it's fair to say that at times the previous resolution of council has created a mismatch in expectations where our Māori ward councillors have felt like they've not been appropriately engaged on cultural matters, where officers have thought that there has been engagement or it wasn't necessarily a matter that required engagement. That is part of why we have suggested the appointment of a Māori ward councillor onto the steering group. I think in a practical example of what this did look like in the early days of the Levin Town Centre work, when the team were designing the logo and some of the theming behind the Levin Town Centre design, they sat down with both our Māori ward councillors and talked to them about their perspective around the cultural considerations that needed to guide that work. So that's an example of where the two Māori ward councillors weren't sitting at the steering group table, but officers took an additional step in seeking out their advice on what at that point in time was considered a cultural matter. What I would acknowledge though, and I know I've said it already, but I want to emphasise, is that I think there might still continue to be a mismatch in expectation about what are cultural matters and when we seek advice from our Māori ward councillors on that. The appointment of our Māori ward councillor onto the steering group provides an additional level of engagement, which means that we can take advice from Councillor Hori Te Pa, and she's at the table, so we'll be able to, I suppose, give us additional guidance around, no, actually, here's a point in time where we need to go and have another conversation with both our Māori ward councillors to seek their input into this matter.
So sorry, my counter to that, except my counter to that is that would be the case anyway, whether we have this resolution or not. Ms. Councillor Tamahana was a Māori ward councillor who was skilled and knowledgeable in culture and Māori culture and anything across the district. He's available to be consulted with in these matters anyway. So I just don't get this. Sorry.
And I don't want to speak for Councillor Tamihana, but my understanding of the former resolution of council and why the one is on the table right now, it's about the councillor seeking reassurance that he is going to be involved and included in conversations where A, he feels he can add value, but B, he's exercising his responsibility as a Māori ward councillor. But you are right, we often talk about this idea of this is when we use our elected representatives to give us community intelligence, and we do it in a whole lot of respects where councillors will recall we call upon you for advice or guidance on a whole range of matters. This is just specifically pointing to cultural advice.
Councillor Jennings, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm against the motion for obvious reasons. I think it's totally unnecessary. I think Councillor Brannigan's articulated some key points. There's obviously an opportunity for Councillor Tamahana to have input when matters come back to the full council table, as they do. I think Councillor Hori Te Pa is absolutely competent and can provide the necessary input and advice. And of course, it shouldn't be forgotten that iwi hapu partners are a part of the reference group as well, and so there's some cultural perspectives that can be offered through their participation. So I just think that the motion is totally unnecessary, so I won't be supporting it.
Right, thank you. Councillor Tamihana, you have a right of reply.
No, thank you, Mayor Bernie. No, I think I've made my points very clear. In actual fact, there's another reason why I do this as well, and it's actually to ensure that my fellow Māori ward councillor is not actually sitting there isolated. And what happens in that realm sits with us, doesn't sit with anyone else around this table. So I've got no issue at all making this motion today. It's consistent, as I said, and I don't know what the fear is. You might not have Māori ward councillors next year anyway, so it is what it is.
We will have Māori ward councillors next year.
Well, sorry, meaning you may not have them in time to come.
All right, so the recommendation reads as we have been advised that the other Māori ward councillor be co-opted to provide advice on cultural matters in relation to the Levin Town Centre Community Steering Group. Those in favour?
I call for a division, please.
Division's called for. Right, starting with Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Boyle's not here. Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone. Not here, she had to leave. Councillor Hori Te Pa.
For.
Councillor Jennings.
Against.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Tamihana. I am against. And Councillor Young.
For. 6 against, 3 in favour.
So the motion is lost, 6-3. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 8.8, which is the confirmation of the process for the Bath Street and Salisbury Street car park. Susan and David are coming back to the table. While they do so, can the report be received and the matter is recognised as not significant. Do I have a second? Councillor Olsen, thank you. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you both again.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So with this report, officers are seeking a decision from Council on whether there is a desire for the first right of refusal to iwi policy to be applied to the process of the Bar Street, Salisbury Street car park, or whether the existing Council resolution made on the 20th of March 2024 to proceed to the expression of interest is the preferred path. When considering this decision, we would like to remind Council that the expression of interest process was not a process to merely dispose of this land. The expression of interest process seeks to ensure the land is developed within timeframes and in a way that supports and enhances the strategic outcomes desired for the town centre. If Council were to support applying the first right of refusal policy, the report provide some things that would need to be considered. This includes impact on timing and also limiting the amount of responses that might be received. It should be noted that if the expression of interest process was to progress in line with the resolution previously made by Council, this does not exclude iwi from putting forward a proposal. Without preempting a decision later on this agenda in relation to the Live-In War Memorial Hall and Village Green, advice to date has indicated that the opportune time to go out with the expression of interest process for the Bar Street, Salisbury Street site would be soon after the sale of the Live-In War Memorial Hall and Village Green. We are today seeking Council direction on whether officers should continue with the existing mandate and commence the expression of interest process, or whether Council wish to apply the first right of refusal policy. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for David or Susan? There appear to be none. Thank you. So the recommendation is a either or recommendation. So obviously it's a council agreed to the first right of refusal to put iwi policy being applied to the sale of the Bar Street, Salisbury Street car park, and if the property is not sold through that process, then officers are to continue with the expression of interest process to the open market, or that council agree that the first right of refusal of iwi policy is not applied to the sale of the Bar Street, Salisbury Street car park, and that officers continue with the expression of interest process to the open market as per the council resolution of the 20th of March 2024. Councillor Olsen.
I'd just like to move the second one, that it's not applied in this instance.
Second for that.
I'll second that.
Councillor Barker, thank you. All right, so the motion, the second part of that recommendation C is on the table. Councillor Olsen, you wish to speak to that?
Just quickly, Mayor, I guess for me this is a resolution that's obviously sitting on the table from a past, which was the 20th of March 2024. My understanding was the first right of refusal policy was not to go back on and look back on prior decisions we've made. More than happy to, and I obviously I did support that first right of refusal, but in this instance I think going back, and there'll be a number of obviously decisions and resolutions that we've approved, I'd hate to see us go back and have to relitigate things in that regard. So that is my reasoning for this.
Councillor Barker, you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, from the get-go, as far as I was concerned, that policy was racist. That's absolutely abhorrent to me. I wouldn't support it then, and I won't support this as part of it now.
Anyone else wish to speak on the matter? Deputy Mayor Allen.
Yeah, look, giving an alternative point of view, the expression of interest process will require that the outcomes that we desire from the sale of the car park have to align with the Live-In Town Centre vision. So the EOI process to me says whichever option we choose, these are the rules. It needs to align with the vision.
So then I have to ask myself the question, if we've already agreed as a table to the first right of refusal process, even though we don't have to be retrospective, in the spirit of that decision, why would I not support the option to exercise a first right of refusal? So for that reason, I will vote against this. I personally prefer that we act in the spirit of our previous decision, give the first right of refusal, acknowledging that there will be rules around that, which will have to be met should Hapuiwi decide that they want to be part of the action.
Councillor Tamihana.
Yeah, I concur with Deputy Mayor Allen. I find it interesting that members that voted to support the policy now vote against using the policy. I'm also drawn to the email we've received Tuesday, 8:45, and I haven't heard that referenced, but in terms of the summary of advice that we've received, is that from you, Monique, or from lawyers?
Through your worship, that is advice from our lawyers, but I would just note that that is also held under legal privilege, so I would just caution the councillor in how much you share right now.
Yeah, and I won't share any more than that, but other than to say we have received legal advice, and I think that the will of the table should be to take note of the advice we've been provided, so therefore I won't be supporting the motion on the table.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm actually in two minds about this because I'm strongly against the policy and have been for the reasons I previously articulated. But the issue is that obviously council has, by majority vote, adopted a policy, and so why would we all of a sudden depart from it? It seems bizarre, and we have to deal with the consequences of making bad policy, which is what council has done. This is exactly what I said at the time in the previous debate would happen, which is that we would look for ways to essentially get out of the policy on a case by case basis, and it just doesn't make sense to me. But because I'm so strongly against the policy as it is, I will have to vote against this. But I just want to again point out just the absurdity of the situation that we're in, simply because of that poor previous policy making by this table.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Brennan.
Councillor Olsen alluded to retrospective, decisions made retrospectively, and I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong or give me some clarity, I understood in the spirit and intent of that debate in terms of first rights of refusal was we wouldn't be applied to retrospective council decisions. And this is where Councillor Olsen is coming from and alluding to. If that's the case, I won't support it, because that was part of the intent of that last resolution, which is a little bit like the previous vote. It's being counterproductive on the previous vote. Decisions being made on council.
I'm just going to respond to that. Thank you.
Through you, your worship, Councillor Brannigan, you're right. The advice that officers brought to that council meeting and the decision that council made was and it's within the policy that it does not apply to retrospective decisions. And I am conscious that there is a likelihood that some will criticise me for making a decision to bring this report to the council table, but that criticism will come from either end of the argument, no matter what the outcome. And so it was important that, given this was the first move that we would make post that adoption of the policy, that we showed respect to elected members and brought that to you for you to make the decision. But you're right, the policy was adopted with the intent that it not be applied to retrospective decisions. If council adopt, for example, if this the current resolution was to fail, and council did choose to apply the first rights of refusal policy, that would obviously take over the retrospective decision. So it would discount the 24th of March last year decision.
So with your
Councillor Brannigan,
so the challenge councillors that we've made a decision based on all our information, including not respectively. So, so pay respect to that process by not supporting or not supporting that to be applied retrospectively.
There are risks whichever way we go with this decision. It's not an either or sort of option in my view. I know that there will be criticism whichever path we take in terms of that, but in the spirit of the decision that we did make a month or so ago, this is probably the only piece of property that we have to not reconsider, because all we're seeking is expressions of interest. We're not actually happens to that expressions of interest when we receive it. So in the spirit of what that first rights of refusal policy does, I am comfortable in not supporting the recommendation in the spirit of the intent of that original decision that we made a month or so ago. Councillor Hori Te, you've got your finger poised.
Just a part, can you please put up the resolution, because Councillor Young and I are trying to follow. Option 1 or option 2?
Sorry, the resolution is that council agree that the first right of refusal to EV policy is not applied to the sale of the Bath Street, Salisbury Street car park, and that officers continue with the expression of interest process to the open market as per the council resolution of the 20th of March. Do you wish to speak to it or not?
Thank you for the clarification. I understand where Councillor Brannigan is coming from. I also, like Councillor Jennings, understood that there would come a time where we would be in this dilemma and have to decide. We said no to retrospective, and now we're going to potentially consider retrospective decision making. So I'm with Deputy Mayor and the Mayor around consideration for what we agreed to, even though that's not what we explicitly said at the time. Kia ora.
All right, so we will call for a division on this matter as well. So is everyone clear on what the resolution is? All right, Councillor Barker. Councillor Olsen? Yeah, 4. Councillor Brannigan?
4.
Councillor Tamihana? Against. Councillor Hori Te,
against.
Councillor Young? 4. Deputy Mayor Allen?
Against.
Councillor Jennings?
4.
And I am against.
So that's
5
in favour and
4 against.
4 against.
Right, so the motion is carried. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 9 of us. All right. Oh. All right, so we now move on to 8.9, which is the draft Foxton Beach Endowment Fund policy adoption for consultation. And Ashley is coming to the table and joined by John, are you? So while they get themselves ready, move the recommendation that the report be adoption for consultation be received, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. Sorry, I'll just include that this matter is recognised as not significant as well. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Your Worship and councillors. Today we bring the report to Council around the draft Foxton Beach Endowment Fund policy, looking at adoption for consultation.
Sorry, councillors, can you please respect that? No, look, just the conversation can happen afterwards. We're listening to a report from officers. Thank you. That's enough. Thank you. Councillor Tamiana, that is not appropriate. Thank you. You just respect the chamber, please. And any comments you wish to make to fellow councillors, you can do after the meeting. Thank you. But please show respect. Please don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So today the paper brought to Council is around the draft Foxton Beach Endowment Fund policy and looking to get an adoption for consultation, which would commence on Monday for 4 weeks. There's been a long process to get to this point in time. There has been a working group of elected members, Te Awaho Foxton Community Board and representative of Papangaio J Block owners. The process, as you will be aware, as we held a workshop a couple of weeks ago, has been about a 3-year process. There have been many iterations of the policy. There was feedback received in the last workshop, which has been included and put into this report. What you will note is we haven't had endorsement at a Te Awaho Foxton Community Board meeting. Therefore, we do have John, the chair, here sitting to discuss and talk about the feedback from the Community Board. So I will hand over to John and then we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. As a result of the paper we brought to council a couple of weeks ago, there were some minor alterations made to satisfy that. The community board has had a special meeting. We've sat down and we agree with the document which is before you right now. We discussed a lot of things about the whole concept, including the consultation and the involvement of the community of Foxton Beach, and we've got that pretty well sorted out now. So once it's adopted by council, we can go out to consultation with the community of Foxton Beach and move ahead. This was last amended in 2009, and it's time it was brought up to date. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add one note. This morning you were sent out the consultation material, and it is also on your table. We're looking to get endorsement or adoption of that material so we can also go out and start that consultation as of Monday. And one note around the resolution that is currently in the paper, we're looking to change the date, the end date of consultation from the 27th of July to the 28th of July, just to allow time on the Monday for people to hand their forms back into Te Awaho Newsroom or a community facility that's taking them. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Actually, I did have one. I'm reading the document that you gave us this morning. The reference to the wider use of funds projects can now receive up to 100% of funding. I wonder whether that will be clear to people to understand that currently there's only been 50% of funding, and maybe a bit more context around that should be provided so that people understand why you're suggesting that now and, you know, the expectation around what might occur because of that.
Yes, happy to include that in the consultation material.
Any further comments?
Yes, please.
Sorry, Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a question to the team. I just want to test my understanding in that the draft, as it stands, appears to operate solely on the basis of a grant model, as in someone applies for a grant and then it goes through a consideration process. It doesn't seem to anticipate or keep open the idea that council could determine, such as through a long-term plan or annual plan process, to allocate certain funds to just part of the to defray part of the capital program expenditure. Is my understanding correct?
So when council make a decision to allocate funds to capital projects, that is still identified as a grant from the endowment fund. So there might not be wording in relation to council giving funds from the fund back to council projects, but that does include a grant. So an example of that is if hypothetically, if council decided to sell a facility which a grant has come from the fund, so the pool, the fund would not receive that percentage back because it has been a grant from the fund to council. So we potentially could in the policy include some wording that says council is able to receive a grant from the fund because that's what it is. Monique, you may not be able to.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, Councillor Jennings, the intent of this work has not been to exclude council from receiving grant funding from the endowment fund. But if you feel like the policy does not explicitly express that, then that is an amendment we could note to make sure that that is better reflected. Yeah, certainly wasn't the intent, but appreciate your insight.
You're satisfied with that response, Councillor Jennings?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So
Councillor Brennan.
for clarity, when you talk about grant, you're talking about something like when we did the Medical Centre, Te Ao New Strom Pool, a grant in terms of overall project cost. Just for clarity, thought that's nice. Thank you.
And so what I didn't say very clearly before is any, and you'll see in the paper, any sale of land assets within the fund goes back to the fund. However, because the money has been granted to council to utilise to be used on a facility, if that facility was then sold, that portion of the money does not then come back into the fund. Therefore, it is a grant versus a borrowing.
Thank you, team. Thanks. All right, so the recommendation is that council adopt the draft Foxton Beach Endowment Fund policy for consultation with the community over the period of 30 June to the 28th of July 2025. And that D, that council adopt the consultation material for the draft Foxton Beach Endowment Fund policy and delegate authority to the Chief Executive to make minor editorial changes. Moved by Deputy Mayor Allen, seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Any further discussion or debate? Put the recommendation. All those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Jennings, did you have your hand up to wish to say something?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I did. I was just wanted to make a couple of comments. Is that okay?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, look, I'm actually I'm probably not going to support the motion. And I just wanted to explain briefly why. And first, I want to say that there's been a whole lot of really robust work that's obviously gone into this, and there's obviously a robust process. But my concerns are kind of, I guess, twofold. Is one, I really don't like the fact that the policy as it's drafted signposts to what is called the property utilisation strategy, and that seems to be a sort of a core pillar that's captured throughout the document, but yet we have no understanding of what that document is going to contain, or no visibility of it, because it obviously doesn't exist yet. And so I'm really uncomfortable essentially endorsing this policy without some visibility and further understanding of that. And I appreciate that there'll be others around the table that don't agree with that assessment. But the second is, I guess I'm concerned just by a theme of the policy, which kind of treats the fund as a mechanism to fund what I might term as bells and whistles, sort of extra things for the community, as opposed to that core infrastructure. And what I have never been able to get my head around with the endowment fund is, yes, I understand there's a specific legislative framework, there's a whole lot of historical context, but unlike other parts of the district, where if there is surplus land, it is sold and then benefits the entirety of the district, including Foxton Beach. What the endowment fund seems to suggest, or the policy seems to suggest, is that funding is obviously, as per the legislation, exclusively for the benefit of Foxton Beach, and that's the legislative context in which we exist. But my feeling is that there should be a stronger theme in the policy around the fact that that funding should really be going towards defraying the cost of that just routine capital expenditure. And so I guess I'm a little bit not concerned. I'm just not sure if it's pitched the way that makes me comfortable. So that's just why I'm going to oppose it, because I would have liked to have taken a slightly different approach.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Yeah, look, I thank Councillor Jennings for his feedback. I make two observations around the property utilisation strategy. The working group is very clear that is a piece of work to come, and it will of course have to pass through the council process as a result of that. We are driven by some sense of urgency, though, to get the core of the policy out and done before October. It's a piece of work we really want to get nailed, acknowledging that which is still to come around the property utilisation strategy. In terms of the bells and whistles versus the core business, in other words, where the expenditure should occur, let's be honest, Foxton Beach has a very good deal. I mean, that fund is a very special fund, and Foxton Beach residents are very lucky to have it. What the board and the council has traditionally resisted, though, is any suggestion that that fund should be used for those sort of core capital expenditure issues. That is, ratepayers, they are paying rates to have delivered anyway. And so the proposition, I'm not trying to put words into Councillor Jennings' mouth, but the proposition that that fund should be used for core business, the sort of things that the ratepayers would expect to happen, would not be welcomed by the people at the beach. Instead, it's about saying, given that the people at the beach have the luxury of this fund, let's use it for the embellishment, for the sort of richness of opportunity that can occur as a result of that fund. And I finish by saying that the benefit of Foxton Beach has been for the benefit of the township of Foxton and also the wider Kirikiri world on a number of occasions. So it has been a wider win through that process. So just some thoughts back to Councillor Jennings in terms of responding to his concerns. I don't know whether Councillor Brannigan wants to add to that.
No,
Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen's articulated it very well. But also on that, I think there's still room, and I agree what you said, Deputy Mayor Allen, but there's still the room where there could be a contribution to a certain project from that fund, depending on what that was in terms of infrastructure, but there would have to be reasons around that. But I think the other part that probably Councillor Jennings may be missing is historically where the fund has been used for core infrastructure type, particularly roading, was at a time where the beach community and other communities, but particularly Foxton Beach in this context, paid a lot lower rate due to differentials because of the time that through the differentials the beach community paid a lot lower rate than other areas of the district. That's now not the case. So that's around that difference of what the use of the fund historically what it was used for to where it's perceived to be used now. So, if that helps.
Thank you. All right, so the recommendation is on the table. All those in favour? Against? Noting Councillor Jennings against that motion, but the motion is carried. Thank you. We move to 8.10, the Local Government New Zealand Annual General Meeting 2025 remits, and just move A and B, that the report be received and that Council authorises the Mayor to vote as the presiding, well, maybe we should do that after we decide how we're going to support or not these resolutions. And obviously there's no officer input into this, unless you have some questions, particularly of officers in regards to any of these. We will take them one by one, but you've seen the report, and obviously this guides the way that we vote at the annual general meeting. So the first remit is that Council votes in favour or against or abstains, which remit 1, which is that LGNZ advocates for security system payments to be included as an allowance under the local government members' determination in line with those afforded to members of Parliament. Anyone wish to propose or not that remit? All right, if there's no discussion, maybe we just have a show of hands. Those that support the remit? Those that are against the remit? 2. All right, so the support is for the remit. Thank you. Right, next one, remit 2, that LGNZ advocate to government for a legislative change to make the joint management agreement mechanism more accessible for councils to use with iwi hapu. B, for the provision of technical, legal and financial support to facilitate the use of JMAs for joint council and iwi hapu environmental governance. And C, for a mechanism such as JMAs to be included in the government's new resource management legislation. Does anyone understand what that means?
As I understand it, it's simply saying let's make those partnerships more achievable if they are desired. So the option is still with council and iwi, but if they do wish to undertake them, that it be made more achievable. That's how I support it.
Anyone else wish to? Okay, those that are in support of that remit? Those that are against that remit? Thank you. Noted. Councillor Jennings, Councillor Barker, but the resolution, the remit is supported. E, that Council votes in favour against remit 3, which is that LGNZ advocates for the government to update the sale and supply of alcohol fees regulations, 18th of December 2013, to account for inflation and include a mechanism for automatic annual inflation adjustments. Those that support that remit? Those that are against that remit? Being none, thank you. So the remit is supported. And EF, that Council votes in favour against or abstains. Remit 4, which is that LGNZ advocate for the reform of the Ministry of Education funded school bus services to provide an improved service for families and to better integrate the services with council provided public transport services, including the option of public transport authorities managing such services with appropriate government funding, noted that councils better know their local communities, and B, the potential to reduce congestion from better bus services for schools. C, the efficiency gains realised from integrating those two publicly funded bus services, the outdated and inflexible rules of the current centralised school bus system. Again, probably has a little application for us as a district because we don't have public transport nor probably an education funded bus service, do we? Well, we do from bus services. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of brief comments on this one. I think it does have some implications for our district, potentially this one. But I'm finding it hard to reconcile this with this whole sentiment from local government sector that, you know, about unfunded mandates and trying to complaining about central government putting more and more on local government without the funds. Like, to be honest, all of these resolutions or all these remits, send a really bad signal around where local government's trying to operate, because these are all just such low level, down in the weeds things, and I think that it's no wonder that people are questioning like kind of the value add from local government in lots of spaces, and I don't think I'll support this one because I'm just not sure if it is core business of local government.
Anyone else wish to? Deputy Mayor.
Well, the counter to that is we're talking about transferring the funding and the management to a local level on the basis that locals know best in terms of giving a coordinated response, versus the two systems sometimes working at loggerheads when it comes to public transport. So I support it, A, because it's locals knowing best, and B, because it actually is funded. The remit, it says that we be funded to deliver it. So I support it.
Okay, so you've seen a for and against argument for that remit. Can I see a show of hands for those that support the remit? Those that don't? Councillor Jennings, thank you. So the remit is in favour of supporting. And the last one that LGNZ works with the government and councils to review current local government arrangements, including the functions and structure of local government to achieve a better balance between the need to efficiently and effectively deliver services and infrastructure while enabling democratic local decision making and action by and on behalf of communities. Very all-encompassing remit, isn't it, in terms of fixing the whole local government sector. Councillor Rolls.
Two quick questions. So what are we voting on there? Like, is it reform? What is it? It's reform. Yeah. Nonsense. So we're empowering someone to take the government to task, hold the government to account.
Something like that, yes. Yes. So pretty much, why is this remit important? Efficient and effective local democracy and associated decision making is paramount. So basically, this is supported by the metro sector that believes that, quite a bit of work needs to be done in terms of ensuring infrastructure and services delivered to communities are always done in a cost-effective and efficient manner, and the current sector arrangements are a legacy and do not always reflect how our communities have expanded, nor how modern services are delivered. So, again, this is, I suppose, a message to the government that they believe that there needs to be a relook at how the sector is managed and delivers its services. Councillor Barker.
I'm just gobsmacked that we pay LGNZ money to come up with this nonsense.
This is not LGNZ that's come up with this. This is the metro sector of local government. That's councils.
Right. Yeah. I'm into that as well.
So LGNZ are just reflecting the remits that they are delivered to them. That's all they're doing. And this is going to the AGM, which is the body of local government, to decide whether that then gets progressed. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
So to me, this has got Mayor Wayne Brown written all over it, and he makes a lot of sense on this. It's about, you need to listen more to local government when it comes to the big infrastructure plan. That's as I interpret it, and I think he's on the money on this occasion.
Well, just noting that Auckland aren't part of LGNZ, so Mayor Wayne Brown won't have had any influence on this at all.
His very much his spirit is present.
All right.
Yeah.
Councillor Tuia.
I'm here with Councillor Allen, Deputy Mayor Allen, because this came from Tauranga City Council, this remit, so it's interesting it's come from there, so I'll be supporting the remit.
All right, so can I have a show of hands then, those that are in support of this remit? Those are against? Councillor Barker, Councillor Olsen. Okay, so the remit is supported. Thank you very much. All right, now we're moving to the item that you would have received a separate. Aren't we? Why not?
So what you need to do now is you need to
Going back to we've removed we've done A.
Yeah.
All right, so B. Well, I thought we'd done that each one, haven't we?
we have, but they just need to vote on.
Okay, all right. So, recommendation B, we're still on 8.10. That council authorises the mayor to vote as the presiding delegate in accordance with the votes agreed in this resolution and appoints councillors Olsen and Jennings as alternative delegates. And noting that we have voted to support remits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so happy, I can't move that, I suppose, since it's me, Councillor Young, Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now I can move on. So we're now moving to our separate agenda for the item that we have a notice of motion in front of us. And Councillor Jennings, I'm asking you please to put that notice of motion to the table and then seek a seconder and before we get to discuss the matters that you're proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did you want me to move recommendation A first to receive the report?
Yes, I will.
Introduce it. Yep.
Yes. All right. So moved and seconded.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity. So I'll take the paper as read. Hopefully it is reasonably self-explanatory, but I will just take a couple of sentences to kind of preview for the viewing public what this is all about. Essentially, what I am asking the council table to do is to consider approving some additional non-binding questions to be put to the voting public alongside the October elections. And the kind of background to that is that council is already obliged under legislation to undertake a binding referendum in relation to Māori wards. But it's also a really great opportunity to engage with our community around various things. I mean, we've seen in the past that some of our consultation processes don't draw particularly large amounts of submission or public participation. But the idea of the 3-year election does at least see a reasonable voter turnout. I think that sort of range from 45% to 55% of eligible voters who have expressed their views in terms of candidates. But obviously what it suggests is that there's a high level of engagement at an election time and that it is a good opportunity to try and put some questions that will hopefully elicit a response. The idea is that the non-binding questions will simply give us a steer. It will give us an indication about hopefully community views on some of those topics. It is not to substitute for formal consultation that might occur, but the intent is that hopefully that initial steer will give council a reasonably good early view when we go to do further work around particularly our representation review next year. Whoever is around the council table will have some really good insight into whether people are willing and prepared for council to explore some particular things. The other poll questions relate to asking about the question about amalgamation and or a unitary authority. And so that's, again, just essentially asking for a permission slip from our community to go and do some further work and further thinking around that. And I think it's quite timely with, obviously, central government's comments around the role of regional councils and local government more generally. Finally, just wanted to acknowledge the officer advice and totally understand the and acknowledged the various perspectives and obviously risks and advice provided through that. And finally, just an apology for this being quite late in the piece. I would have liked to have done it earlier, but and so I apologise to the officers and obviously the chief executive and my elected member colleagues for sort of putting you under a bit of pressure to consider this last minute. But hopefully you can see the sense in it, and we'll let the table decide.
First of all, we need a seconder for your motion. So Councillor Young is prepared to do that. So it is on the table. So at this stage, we'll just see if there's any questions for you or from Deputy Mayor Allen's first up.
Yes, and Sam, thanks very much for you've put a lot of detail into this report. So my question is around officer advice, and you mentioned it briefly at the end, but is there anything specific in the officer advice that gives you pause for thought and that you'd like to address before we move into the debate?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Allen. And probably the issue that I've reflected on most has been the concern around sort of two-pronged, which is distraction from the broader or from the referendum question, but probably also then just around whether or the challenge of making sure people are sufficiently informed through the provision of information to form a view on these things, because they're framed, and so I have reflected on those, and I think they are valid concerns that have been raised by officers. And the mitigation I see against that is the way in which the questions are framed, particularly in Appendix A, is that essentially is just asking for comfort around council doing further work or further exploring ideas. And so I feel like that it's not. I feel like that tempers some of the concern around people being confused or not fully understanding what it is that it's asking, because it's more about, are you comfortable with council going away and looking at these things further? And so that doesn't necessarily mean that they need to understand every single detail or every single element of what actually is being discussed. They're simply being asked to express whether they're happy for council to consider those things further.
Deputy Mayor.
Second and final question. Thanks for that, Sam. So my second thing is you mention on page 10 of the notice of motion that you have, as a result of feedback during the workshop, refined the questions to focus on key governance and representation matters.
Yes.
But I guess the question there is, council will have to do that through a special consultative deliberative process anyway. So I guess I'm wondering what would be achieved by the survey in advance of that, particularly noting the issues you've already addressed around workload, reprioritisation and so on.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. And so just to touch first on the reference to the workshop, so just so that the public are aware, I've obviously presented this to elected members at an elected member discussion, just to get a sense of initial reaction to it before actually formally lodging. And that was a very useful process because it allowed me to, I guess, refine and down scope some of the questions that I was proposing might be captured as part of the question. So they've been really refined and focused to governance and representation. And I think the point is that what I'm looking to do is get a very early steer from the community on what they're willing and interested in us exploring ahead of that representation review, because without it, what will happen is that there will be a workshop in 2026, and whoever is around the council table, they will determine the scope or the potential options that they want to explore as part of any representation review or changes. And so it's a very elected member-led, potentially ideological conversation at that time. And all I'm suggesting is that actually when it comes to representation and governance arrangements, it is a topic and a subject that we should absolutely get a public steer from. And the earlier that we do that, I feel like that will be very beneficial to that particular exercise, because what it does is it potentially rules out or rules in some optioneering at an early stage and gives us some clarity to determine what to take forward or not to take forward. And as you've said, there will be a specific legislatively prescribed consultation process, and that will obviously allow an opportunity to test whatever options are put on the table. But I just think that these poll questions will give us a huge amount of insight with the greatest number of people possible through that election process, whereas I suspect that the representation review and the options that are put forward, we're probably going to get very low turnout in terms of input back to the options that are put out at that time. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Councillor Jennings, I suppose I'm looking for some direction in terms of how you want to approach this, because to my way of thinking, while I completely get the intent that you're trying to achieve here, do we go through these question by question or poll by poll and decide whether each of those warrants having a poll, and then support your motion to put that poll? Because to my way of thinking, there's probably a couple of poll questions here which I don't believe are relevant for this election, and I'm also seeking, I suppose, your guidance in terms of what the officer advice that we got, especially around the distraction that these polls might have when we've got an election, we've got a binding referendum that we have to have, and then we've got non-binding polls that might completely distract from what I think could be the focus of an election and take away from, in fact, candidates' views and opinions and dominate the election in terms of are we in favour or not of amalgamation and all those sorts of things. So I just wanted to get your views on how you see that.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, my preference is probably just to put the motion with the preferred appendix, which would be Appendix A. So it's kind of an all or nothing approach. But I'm certainly happy to entertain going through question by question if you saw some merit in doing that, particularly if members were willing or interested in signalling if there were going to be any amendments to the motion, because obviously that would, to avoid the procedural messiness of amendments being proposed to specific questions, it may be just cleaner to go through question by question. But my preference would kind of be to take them as a block, to be honest. But I'm in your hands, really. Whatever you would prefer.
Well, that's what I was hoping you wouldn't say, because I was seeing. I get what you're trying to do, but look, in saying that, then, because for me, the question 4 around the voting system preference is one question that I don't see as being relevant for this election, because that's a decision that the board will make probably only 18 months out from the next election in 2028. Which, times may have changed considerably in terms of where everybody sits on that. And I don't think that the vast majority of the population understand the voting systems very well to be able to get it. And I'm worried about what then the advice might need to be and clarifying that for the community in terms of that. And the other one that I wonder whether is relevant is exploring a unitary authority model. Because again, with the media attention this week, that's in light of what some ministers and commentators have been saying about the future of regional councils, that may have a significant impact on where we land in 2028 as well. So that's sort of where I'm sort of thinking. I just wondered what your response might be to that.
totally understand perspective on that. I'm probably thinking I'll take the gamble and just put the Appendix A and live by the result, because I think that from my perspective, I've kind of seen there's a sort of a sequencing to these, and that they are all in combination. They tell us something about where our district might be thinking in terms of its representation and governance arrangements. And so I'm probably less worried about that voting system preference. I mean, we've had a previous council decision on that. I think it was last year, didn't we? Where STV narrowly was defeated. But I don't think that from a timing perspective, it's necessarily problematic. But so I think I'll, if it's okay with you, I think I'll just put move Appendix A, and then if people don't like specific elements, then I guess they'll just vote against it, and it is what it is.
Yep. No, thank you. Councillor Young.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jennings. Councillor Young here. Thank you for taking some of the feedback from limited questions. Just wondering, how did you get to Appendix A? Did you canvass the other councillors? Just wondering why specifically you are pushing Appendix A.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Young. Following on from the conversation with elected members, the initial version had a range of topics in it, including spending, park walkways, other things like that. And so I think that the feedback I got from elected members at the council discussion was essentially to kind of really focus in on focus it down and refine. And so that's why it's really focused on things that are relevant, that I think are relevant to the representation review that will happen in 2026, and also some of those big picture questions around amalgamation, the unitary authority, and just whether that is even something that our community wants us to look at. Because if the result is no, we don't want to look at those things, then obviously our council would just take a reactive approach to that, depending on what happens at a central government reform level. But if the response to these questions is yes, look at them, then there's a clear signal to council and the new council that comes in October to perhaps prioritise this and include it within its planning and prioritisation for the next 3 years. So that's why I think it is important to include those questions in there, because it's ultimately about a programming and prioritisation piece.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Just look, I'm sorry to be stressing over the process, Councillor Jennings, but what would work best for me personally, if you're prepared to consider it, would be a two-part motion. The first being that whether or not we approve the inclusion of a non-binding community poll. That then sets the principle as to whether we agree or disagree, and then we can move into the options. Because I think if the first one doesn't pass, then there's no point in the second and the others. But also I'm worried that the debate will become very confused. People who don't actually approve the poll in the first place having to deal with both that and the options which follow. So does that ring any bells for you?
You're also always so wise on these things, Deputy Mayor Allen, so that's fine. I will, happy to approach it on that basis. So, Mr. Mayor, when you're ready, I'm happy to move a reworked recommendation B.
Right, let me just, I've got so many files here. All right, so are you suggesting that the recommendation now read that council approve the inclusion of a non-binding community poll?
To be undertaken.
Correct.
Sorry?
To be undertaken alongside the 2025.
Yes, to be undertaken alongside the 2025. Yep.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
So the seconder of that motion was, sorry, the original one? Councillor Young, are you comfortable with that?
Right. Okay, so we now have amended recommendation on the table, and Councillor Jennings, I'll give you the opportunity to speak to that if you wish.
I think I've already spoken way too much, Mr. Mayor. I think people understand the intent, and just really keen for people to articulate any concerns or things that I might not have thought about around why this isn't a good idea or why we shouldn't do it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the recommendation? Councillor Buck.
Yeah, I absolutely support the idea. The spirit of the thing is good. My only concern is that it needs to be quite obvious this is a separate poll, because there is a very important binding poll that we're going to do. So however we set this out, and the actual physicality of the paperwork is a important devil in the detail. But I don't think there is, we just can't, asking people what they think. Just anything in that cause is a great idea.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, Mr. Mayor, my concern around this is about the distraction from the work program as it currently exists. We've been reminded a number of occasions that we have set a significant amount of work for the organisation, and so I have to be certain in my mind that this will achieve something of such substance that it is worth putting the extra imposition on officer time plus the additional costs of 25k or whatever. It has to be of major benefit to the incoming council, not to us, to the incoming council, for this piece of work, for us to require such realignment of officer time and expense. I'm not convinced that it will necessarily achieve such value. So I'm very happy to hear from other councillors to change my mind. I foreshadow that if it should pass, I prefer option B, but would speak to that if it should pass. But at the moment, I just really, in terms of the value for what the incoming council will get from this versus the incredible challenges to officers and the expense associated, which is unfunded, unbudgeted for, leaves me concerned.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, my thoughts are aligned very closely to Deputy Mayor Allen's, and just want to acknowledge Councillor Jennings' work on this, and I can see absolutely where he's trying to go. But again, aligning to Deputy Mayor Allen's comments is where I sit. And the other one for me is the distraction. The distraction in terms of the candidates being prepared for new candidates, etc. Just a distraction to what's already on their plate at this election. I just think the timing's just not quite there for me. So unfortunately, I won't support it.
Councillor Tommy Hunt.
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to support the motion either, much in the sentiments of the last speakers. For me, there's a representation review coming in 26 anyway. That's something that will give us some critical information that we can use to carry through for the next incoming council. Timing's an issue for me. The binding and non-binding mix-up, I think, is actually a huge matter that people just won't actually understand. And they may, again, have expectations that they've given feedback on something they think will occur and that it is not a non-binding process. The cost, I can't agree with it, I'm afraid. As much as I support the work that Sam has put into this, we've done a rates increase today, and now we're seeking a further $25,000 to support a process that may not give us what we really require as a council to give us good guidance. And consistency, I think it's not consistent with how we've operated in decisions that we've made. So for those reasons, although I'm thankful they've been raised, I won't be supporting the motion. And if there was a change to it, there's actually only one question for me that should be asked, and that's whether a referendum should be held for Māori ward alone, or it should be a full ward representation of our district. That's the only question I would have asked.
So, any further comments? Councillor Robinson.
I better say something. I'm sort of sitting on the fence with this, to be honest. I totally get the sentiment that Councillor Jennings is probably trying to achieve, and obviously acknowledge the work that's gone into this. yeah, just probably concur with the last few speakers just around that. Probably taking out off the prize a little bit around, non-binding and binding. But yeah, I'll make a decision in a few minutes.
Councillor Young. I'd just like to say I'm supportive of this. Just from a first term councillor perspective, it'll be nice to have some kind of information to go into your, when you're meeting all the new councillors. It'll be really good to kind of have some basic understandings of where you kind of want to be guided. Extra information is always good, especially when you're new.
Councillor Hori-Te-Pau.
Firstly, kia ora Sam for this mahi and for staff that supported you. I'm similar to others purely with the binding referendum coming up. I'm not confident that this would increase our community to participate by having a binding and a non-binding section that we're requesting they complete to give us an idea. I also agree with Councillor Young that as a first term councillor it would be good to have some of this information coming in, but also reminded that we have a representation review coming up in 2026, so I also won't be supporting. Kia ora.
Councillor Jenny, I suppose I'm in two minds too, to be honest. I'm struggling. I completely get the intent in what you're trying to achieve here, and it would be fantastic to know how community feel about some of these issues. But for me, I suppose when I look at those advantages and disadvantages that the officer advice, it's weighing up each of those is difficult, because there are some real advantages in terms of what you're trying to achieve. But I too am worried about the distraction that it will cause when we already have a binding poll in this election, and the fact that I'm concerned that these poll questions might override some of the other key things that people need to decide about who they should vote for in the election. Because I think there are some real sort of things that people should focus their attention on, rather than whether we look at a voting system or whether we should consider amalgamation. I too, though, have confidence in ensuring that a representation review will, if we do it properly and engage the public properly, that we will be able to get those outcomes that you are seeking in terms of what is. And if I am around the table in the future, I look forward to that discussion. So, yeah, on the weight of those advantages and disadvantages, I'm sorry I can't support your recommendation. Do you wish to have a right of reply?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of brief comments. Look, I want to thank everyone for their perspectives on it, and to be honest, the issues raised are no surprise. I do think it's a missed opportunity for us to really demonstrate that we are wanting to listen to our community. I mean, if we think about our satisfaction surveys and some of the feedback that we consistently get from our public, is that some concerns around how we engage and how we ask questions and how we are doing as an elected member table. And so I just thought this was going to be a good opportunity to try and demonstrate that we are being smart about how we engage and ask some of those questions. But look, if I was on the other side of this, like Deputy Mayor Allen has articulated, I would absolutely be saying, where is this on our plan on a page? Why are we trying to prioritise this? This isn't in our priority list. From my perspective, I don't think it is a huge amount of work. I mean, the chief executive might like to tell me otherwise, but I think the cost element is obviously relevant. However, my response to that would simply be that, as we all know, these processes, when you start them from scratch, can be quite long. We can inevitably we'll probably get some external advice around our representation review. There'll be a consultation process. So the more opportunity we can take to try and reduce that cost by spending some money now to get some insight to perhaps rule things out or rule things in, just makes that process more streamlined and in my view, leads to greater efficiency and ultimately cost saving. Totally get the point about the distraction in terms of the multi-ward referendum. I just think that some of the commentary around that perhaps is a little bit unfortunate because it kind of suggests that our voters won't be able to comprehend a booklet or that they're not going to just be able to distinguish between what binding and non-binding means. I mean, I just find that a little bit bizarre that that's not giving our voting public much credit at all. But look, I really appreciate the conversation. Certainly, if I'm around the council table next term, or if I'm not, I will be advocating for, as part of the long-term plan process, if it's as a submitter or as an elected member, to ensure that we have budget set aside for the election in 2028 to do a community poll, because I think it is a really important thing that we start to do and embed as part of our governance culture, where we ask the big questions, the big important questions with our community and get that early insight. So look, I'll live by the results obviously today, and thanks everyone for their perspectives.
Thank you. Okay, because Councillor Jennings can't see, or you can see if we do a raise of hands, or would you prefer a division?
Yeah, do you mind doing a division? Would that be all right? Just
No problem.
it would be
No,
easier to
we can
see.
do a
Yep.
division. Yeah, thank you. All right. So, starting with you, Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Young.
For.
Councillor Hori Tapaha.
Against.
Councillor Tamihana.
Against.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Olsen.
For. Councillor Barker. For. And I am against. Councillor Jennings.
I'm for, obviously.
For, yes. Sorry?
Councillor Grimstone.
Councillor Grimstone is unable to vote because he wasn't party to the discussion early on.
Okay, so it's 5 against, 4 in favour.
All right, so the motion is lost, 5-4. Just want to acknowledge the work that you did on that, Councillor Jennings. Appreciate the effort to increase our public awareness of what we do and how we do it, and thank you for the debate. I think it's been extremely worthwhile. All right, we're now moving to item 9.1, which is the interim organisation performance report for June 2025. I'll move that the report be received and noted, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Are there any questions of the Chief Executive or officers about any information contained in the OPR? Councillor Tamihana.
I don't have any new questions, but I did want to acknowledge Monique and the team for responding to the many questions I did send in around this report. So that's all.
Yes, and I was actually surprised that the officers were allowed to respond to those as quickly as they did, considering, hopefully, I think it's would be timely for councillors if they have got questions to get them in sooner rather than later, because it does put quite a bit of pressure on the officers to respond appropriately before the meeting. Again, while it's only an interim performance report, I think there's a number of things that we should maybe not question, but certainly acknowledge in the report. The signal that we're going to have an operational savings, I think, is really very good to hear. For me, the progress around the number of audit recommendations that have been signed off is a really good sign that we have progressed a great deal, many of those, because some of them have been around for a long, long time. And also just the system improvements within the organisation to improve efficiency. Sometimes these sort of things go under the radar, but they are extremely important in ensuring our community are being delivered excellent service. Can I also just acknowledge the awards to both Ashley and to Brent on their significant achievements and being acknowledged by the wider local government sector. Real credit to you both for the work that you do. So just want to...
Benny,
Councillor Grimson.
could I just ask a question? Sorry, I'm late to the party, getting my head back in the game, but just leveraging back to Viv and some comments you make about Muapuku Park and clean it up. So I note on page 8 of the OPR report, there's commentary around a board meeting not occurring. It should happen in May, but a level of confidence that the plan, Better Off funding plan, will come together. Is there any just additional update on that you could share in terms of momentum?
Thank you, Lacey.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Your Worship. In early May, we had the Lake Domain Board met and confirmed the activities that they wanted the Better Off funding to be spent on for this financial year. And so we have been progressing that. Obviously, we've got a couple more days to get all those done. But yes, we're really confident that we are meeting what the board is expecting to be done there.
Councillor Timmy Hunt.
I just think since we're in public, can you just remind us who the board are and who our representatives are on the board?
Certainly. So the Lake Domain Board is chaired by a Department of Conservation appointed chairperson, and Mayor Burney is on the board alongside Nina Horitapa and Councillor Jonathan Proctor.
Plus community representatives appointed by the Department of Conservation.
Lacey. Any further questions?
Just to comment more than anything, I think just reading through this document, it does highlight the success that we've had over the last so many months, and it's really good to see that positivity. And I think we hear negativity, especially in the social media realms, seem to always be at the top of things. But there's some really good work in here, and obviously just what we've achieved, and just like to acknowledge obviously the staff and the team for all their great work.
And it should be noted that our first ever council meeting at Shannon last Thursday, which was not available to the public through live stream or anything like that, so is not recorded, but just want to acknowledge again the work that's gone into that, and the guidance of yourself, Councillor Olsen, and staff and the community in terms of getting that plan adopted. It's been a great process. Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through the Chief Executive and to anyone else in the team that's suitable to answer. At page 216, we talk about the Omnibus District Plan change, and I'm really pleased that that piece of work is progressing, and we've obviously got a bit of an indicative time frame around that. But my question is probably more broad, which is faced with a significant amount of reform activity around the RMA and in that sort of planning context. What's the impact, or what is it looking like in terms of that broader district plan work program? Given I've heard some other councils are kind of pausing their district plan work and obviously sort of just putting things on hold pending outcomes of what's actually, or more detail and more certainty about what the post-reform picture looks like, and so sort of what's the impact on our broader work program? And then the second element is what's the risk of us also sort of pausing or slowing down given the uncertainty?
Through your worship, that is a conversation that we are having internally at the moment off the back of my attendance at MFE briefing on Thursday the 12th of June. We anticipate that at next week's district plan and growth steering group we give a bit of an update around what we're hearing from Ministry for Environment and what our advice would be to council. Probably less so about Plan Change 6A because that is well in motion, but particularly to the omnibus work because as you signal, the Resource Management Act reform process, it does create some risks for councils to carry on with district plan work when actually there's a signal to a different legislative setting. So not in a position to give you that advice at the moment, other than to say that we should absolutely act with caution. And Lauren Baddock is well engaged in the national conversations about this, and I have absolute confidence she'll give councillors some robust advice about, I suppose most importantly, it's ensuring that we don't waste ratepayer money on a process that actually could be achieved through a different legislative setting, but also that we don't create risk by carrying on that has its own legal challenges attached to it, because there is, I suppose the initial advice I'd offer is there is a concern that those councils that carry on with district plan processes, the legal routes to challenge those district plans could be used as the mechanism to challenge the current government's Resource Management Act processes. So it's how we make sure we don't get ourselves in that situation. But you'll look forward to the advice next week.
Right, let's no further questions on the OPO. We'll move on to the 9.2, the Council Resolution Actions Monitoring Report for June 25, and the recommendation that the report be received and noted, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried. Any items on that report that councillors wish some information on? Other than good to see a few blue pieces on there, which means that the report should be shorter for next council meeting. All right, so moving now to 10.1, the proceedings of the Community Wellbeing Committee. That the report of the Community Wellbeing Committee and the minutes be received and noted. I'm happy to move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Any items in those minutes? All right, moving to 10.2, the proceedings of the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board from the 9th of June. Move that these minutes be received and noted, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Again, any items in those minutes that people wish to comment or ask questions on? We've done 10.3, which is the proceedings of the Hearings and Regulatory Committee. We now move to
10.4, the proceedings of the Chief Executive Employment and Performance Committee from the 11th of June, and move that these minutes be received and noted. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Again, any item in there? All right, so that brings us to the end of our public agenda. We'll now move the following motion that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings, where we will discuss C1, Levin War Memorial Hall and Village Green redevelopment update, C2, the solid waste service delivery and agreement review, C3, East-West arterial property acquisition update, C4, the Levin campground, C5, the council resolution and actions monitoring report for June 2025, and C6, the proceedings of committee, public excluded Chief Executive Employment and Performance Committee from the 11th of June 2025. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. You're against? Thank you. Okay. So we will. That brings us, as I said, to the end of our public.